Fine. You're all my little PogChamp. Is that what you wanted to hear? That is what you wanted to hear, isn't it? That's the affirmation you crave. Hey, people. How y'all doing? Sorry for being 1 minute late. I am a failure, as always. So, check it out. I haven't done the color balancing for this yet. I haven't done the color balancing for this yet, so it's not something I can really do consistently, but we have some lights. There we go. We have lights, which is pretty cool. You know, now, like I said, the color balancing for the camera is off because it's compensating for the wall color. So, for example, this is red. I know it looks orange, but in real life, that's red. So, you know. And that's, if you can believe it, that's white. That's white. There's no color there. See how it looks blue? There we go. Anyway, we'll finish with that later, huh? There we go. Whew. How you feeling? I'm going through stream withdrawals. Me too, buddy. I go through stream withdrawals too. What do you think I'm doing? If I can't stream, what do you think I'm doing all day? First of all, we are on the cusp of 300,000 subs. Give yourselves a hand. We are now rapidly approaching 0.3 Voshites, subscribers to the immortal science of Voshism Marxism, which is, of course, the true, successor to the legacy of Karl Marx. We are well on our way, people. Thank you so much. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe White Nervosa has implemented group gifted subs. Let me see if hold on. I don't know if this is still in the prototyping phase. Let's see. Subscribe. Gift sub. Random gifts. Click. Amount 5. I'm gonna do it. So I get all the money back anyway, right? Wait, how do you do it? Random gift. Random gift. How do you do it? Hold on. Oh, then you select the amount. Okay, I see. 5 random tier 1 subscriptions. Continue. I really don't have PayPal connected to my own fucking website. I guess I wouldn't really have any reason. Wait a second. You are logging into the account of the seller of this purchase. Please change your login. Oh, I can't do it. It won't let me do it because it's routed to my PayPal account. This is why I need an LLC. One of you dipshits do it, okay? I know one of you motherfuckers wants to donate anyway. I can do it. Yeah, you fucking people do it. There you go. You can, yeah. Fucking Vosh LLC needs to come in clutch right now because, yeah, sub-incest. Yeah, exactly. Sub-incest is morally neutral. You know how it is. LLC for the clutch, 300k 24-hour stream. I can't do a 24-hour stream today just because I'm still recovering from my sickness, but we're going to do it soon, okay? And by 24-hour stream, what I actually mean is a longer stream than normal. Excuse me. Vosh, here are some highlights from Destiny's debate with Tim Pool. I can't watch these. Unfortunately, Destiny is banned on YouTube. Here,
there was a whole lot of the Hillary can still win stuff. And
Hillary conceded the next day.
But
it's absolutely not even remotely similar.
It's remotely similar. I would say it's
maybe
not,
like
it's
the
not
way
same
that
thing.
Antarctica is remotely close to like.
I'm kidding.
Do you see the videos of celebrities saying the Electoral College must vote for Hillary Clinton?
Do you think there's a difference?
Well, I'm sorry,
between,
they didn't say that. They
do you
said,
think there's a difference between celebrities saying something and the president of the United States trying to undermine the election? That's why I'm saying these are remotely similar. Yes, undermine.
See, that's framing.
Well, it's when you say so. In
Legally
2016.
challenged.
Trump said millions of illegals voted. He said
Hey,
that no
hyena,
evidence.
there you
That's
go.
undermining the integrity of our election. And then in 2020, he's saying that there was widespread election fraud, that literally no agency, no other credible person has backed up, save for the melting head of Giuliani. Like, no one else is like backing up.
I think Destiny did good. I think he fell mostly into the same trap as me. The honest problem is that it's really difficult to debate in that setting because you can't fact check people on the fly. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Disaster Nick. That's awesome. Fuck, we're like Twitch TV now. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Look at that. they're popping off. You people are getting... We're like Twitch now. We're rebuilding the community that I was excised from. My Deuterinos, Arboretum, with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That is so kind of you. Now, I will be honest, I don't actually know who the gifted subs go to. I know it's random. Does it only go to people who are online? Does it go to literally any active users in the past month? I'm not sure. I should check with White Nervosa. I imagine it goes only to online people. That seems most likely to me. Geotobi thanks the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have to be in chat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Otherwise, it'd be like somebody who became a member like 2 years ago but hasn't been on stream since. Yeah. Man. It also now has an equal chance of going to a lurker, not just people who are prominent in chat. So we're going to get a more even saturation of orange names. Don Mako Umaneko, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Okay, let's not get too incestuous now. Sorry, incestuous? Too self-congratulatory now. I miss you too, Geotobi. Okay. So, the difficulty with debating Tim Pool is that it's not possible to fact-check the things that he says live, which means that you can't hold to a point. And because it's his show, he gets to move from point to point. So often it feels like what will happen is you'll be having a conversation on a specific issue, and even though you can't fact-check everything that he's saying, if you bring up good points, he'll just ask another question. And then you move to the next point. And that can be very difficult to deal with. There's also a conflation. It feels like different levels of severity are assigned to different things. Actually, I'm glad I mentioned that because there's a subject that I want to talk with you guys about. If I may gracefully skip into a segment, why is it a 5 sub gifted minimum? Why can't I gift 1 random? It's not a 5 sub gifted minimum. Somebody just gifted 2 random subs. I don't know if you can gift 1 random sub. I know you can gift 2 because Hyena just did. Of course, 1 random gifted tier 1 sub. You know, you're throwing it out there into the ether. Trump just claimed he would have had a greater victory than Reagan if dead people, illegals, and Democrats weren't committing fraud at a big scale. Wait, the dead people are committing the fraud? I thought the living people were committing fraud using the dead people. But now the ghosts of the past themselves have risen from the grave to not all. So the zombies, they're not just voting, they're in the meetings. That's incredible. That's amazing. That is amazing. I love that. Zombie voters, people. Zombie voters. You've seen them. Who here voted in person? You see them, the shambling, horrified masses of the undead, you know, skin rotting, eyeballs hanging out, drooping out of their sockets. You saw them, yeah. You saw them. And you would sign an affidavit saying you saw them, wouldn't you? Dangle Bangle, thank you. Boy Meets Smitty, thank you. I'm sorry. I gotta stay committed. Okay, people. You want to talk about... God damn it. Do you want to talk about... Fuck, what is it called? I'm blanking right now. Wait, what is it called? Wait, come on. It's the thing... Tim Pool has a big bug out for it. Critical race theory. Critical race theory. I want to talk about critical race theory. We'll talk about Elliot Page. Don't you worry. We'll talk about... the big ELT pretty soon. King Manlet, you know, fresh off the block. We'll get there. But right now, it's got to be critical race theory. Hold on. Did you see Tim Pool talk about building a compound with tweens? I don't know if that's necessarily what he meant. If Tim Pool actually... So, Tim Pool said that he wants to create a hip and fresh, wiggity whack culture channel, basically, in the Biden years. As some people interpreted that as him saying he wanted to have like a bunch of kids over at a giant compound so they could all skateboard together. I don't think that's what he was saying. If that turns out to be what he actually does, though, I will, of course, we'll comment on that, because that is pretty weird. Okay, people, shape up. Why am I putting earbuds in? There's no audio component to this segment that isn't coming from my own mouth. Okay, critical race theory. A lot of people don't know what it is. People get really angry over it. In fact, people got so angry over it that the President of the United States has made it a component of his platform to say that he wants to ban its teaching in federal institutions. So, okay, listen. I'm speaking directly to the conservatives who watch me. There are dozens of you, and I want to lend me your ear for a second, because the discourse around critical race theory is deranged. It is absolutely deranged. And to an extent, I mean that on both sides. The issue is that critical race theory is really just a term to describe a loose collection of academic theories to describe our understanding of racial inequality. There are critical race theorists who would disagree with each other if you put them both in a room. In fact, I had to write papers on conflicting theories that would both be described as components of critical race theory. So the idea that it's like this singular monolithic idea is really, really, in fact, it's so broad that taking issue with critical race theory, it's like taking issue with like trigonometry or something. You're not just taking issue with a set of conclusions, you're taking issue with like an entire doctrine of academic understanding. And while there are some things in that, you know, under that umbrella of critical race theory that I don't think are great, I don't agree with. Okay, so let's suss this out. Okay, let's suss this out. So the big issue that we often have with critical race theory is that we don't agree on the problem it's trying to solve. See, critical race theory is about, broadly, it's about analyzing power structures that relate to race. And that's really it. That's super, super, super broad. It's about understanding that race is a component of a multilateral social system where certain groups are afforded more power over other groups, and that whole mess needs to be untangled for us to address racism. Does that make sense? It's like the basic premise is really, really simple. The issue is a lot of right-leaning people don't really think racism exists, so they're never going to put critical race theory in an appropriate context. So when somebody says something like, white people have some kind of internalized racial prejudice against black people in general, which sounds like a fairly sort of harsh statement, like, I'm not racist, a lot of conservatives will get really, really, really angry about that, like really fucking angry, though, because their morality is being impugned in that respect. And the issue is that, first of all, facts don't care about your feelings, and second of all, we can't actually talk about the importance of academic theories, which are meant to describe these problems and solve them, unless we can agree on the problems. I've talked about systemic racism a million times in the past, but if you want a brief refresher, and I have stuff in the document about this, it is a factual, empirical, provable point that in this country, people of color, black and brown people, and it gets more complicated with Asian people because there are different these sort of demographic extents to which their oppression is extended. But generally speaking, non-white people in this country got the short end of the stick for a wide variety of cultural issues. We're not talking about biology. We're just talking about like how the dice of history end up rolling. You know what I mean? Because of things like systemic inequality and generational inequality. If a group of people have less money 100 years ago because of slavery, and groups of people tend to keep roughly the same proportional amount of money without any kind of redistributive program, then that thing's going to continue into the future, basically forever, unless we do something about it. The reason I'm bringing all this up is because there was a viral Twitter thread the other day. I don't know what counts as viral anymore. Scoop! San Diego Unified School District is forcing teachers to attend white privilege training, in which teachers are told you are racist and you are upholding racist ideas, structures, and policies. The leaked documents from this training session will shock you. First of all, I love the fact that when conservatives get outraged about stuff like this, it's always like a PowerPoint being done at like a school district or something like that, Like broad public policy, hundreds of thousands of people dead from COVID, whatever, dude. Or there are stories of police officers and teachers being severely racist, and these are individual cases as well, but they'll shrug them off. It's like, oh, whatever, bad apples. But then when you have the Marxist critical race theory PowerPoint. This is an indication of systemic corruption on a global scale. This is the downfall of Western civilization right here. Like, the degree of severity assigned is so off. I also like the fact that conservatives are always the ones saying that teachers are like the agents of Marxist corruption, but now teachers are actually the victims of Marxist corruption. Do you see that, like, do you see that weird, like, shift? Usually they're saying the teachers are the ones indoctrinating the students, but now that the teachers are being taught something, they're the ones being indoctrinated. But by who? It's an interesting question. I don't know. Some people got competing theories about who's responsible for this way. It really depends on what community you're in. They got lots of ideas. So, okay, let's take a look at this PowerPoint, huh? We'll see if we can contextualize any of this. The one thing that I will say off the bat is that academic theories don't translate into common discourse very well. I don't think, generally speaking, a term that is intended for use between academics who understand the concept and who can engage with it in a very nuanced and direct way, who aren't dealing with politics in the same way that we are outside of academia, who aren't dealing with, like, PR or with optics. That stuff, that academic stuff, it doesn't always translate well into public discourse. And if you look throughout history, there are so many examples of ideas which run really well in an academic community, suddenly looking like really bad and optically terrible outside of that community. Usually this falls within the purview of sociology, law, political science, and, well, oh God, how many, the term white fragility, the term privilege, the term, oh, colonizer. Oh God, when 14-year-olds call people colonizers on Twitter, I'm gonna kill myself. There are so many terms that just get used and abused. But so with that being said, toxic masculinity is a big one. Yeah. Triggered. Yeah, trigger. The term triggered didn't always mean angry online. The term triggered used to be like, it referred to a specific physiological reaction that people with PTSD got certain stimulus, you know? Like you would say, like, the Vietnam War veteran was triggered by the fireworks. But now, if you say that, people will laugh. It's considered an insult. If I said, like, the war vet was triggered by the fireworks, that's like, that would be considered an insult, because now the term triggered involves, like, an understanding of triviality. Like, I'd be making fun of them. Is triggered ableist? I don't, whatever. It's, whether we like it or not, it's common discourse now. So, look. The training begins with a land acknowledgement, in which the teachers are asked to accept they are colonizers living on stolen Native American land. They are told they will experience guilt, anger, apathy, and close-mindedness because of their white fragility. All right, let's hit it up, people. Land acknowledgement. Okay, so let's determine the accuracy of these statements. We acknowledge that we meet on stolen land taken from indigenous peoples. That's objectively true. Again, this isn't being given to students. This is being given to teachers. These people all have degrees. We're not giving this to 17-year-olds. We're giving this to adults, and this is true, okay? I am speaking to you from Kumeyaay land. We must acknowledge the hidden history of violence against indigenous peoples in an effort to move towards justice. Yeah, this is factually again, facts don't care about your feelings. There's nothing. Again, we're talking about teachers here. These aren't students. Like, teachers, if there is a workshop where people are meant to be explained sociological issues in, like, a harsh tone, teachers are literally the #1 group of people that should be able to handle this. Norms and agreements. All right, what is this? Share the air, take space and leave space. Be brave, speak your truth and listen to others' truths. Okay, this is just some drum circle shit. Be mindful and fully present. Expect to experience discomfort. Wait, they underline that? Dude, why are conservatives such fucking snowflakes? They underline that? Expect to experience discomfort? This is what's upsetting them? Jesus Christ. Look at that. Look at this critical race theory pamphlet they provided. And it says, like, be aware some of these ideas may be uncomfortable to you. And they're like, "Rah!" The conservatives are unironically triggered by this. They're triggered by a PowerPoint slide acknowledging that some people may be made. How many conservative demagogues open their segments by saying something like, if this show makes you uncomfortable, you're free to leave because this is the United States and I'm not going to censor myself for you. That's literally like the tagline of 90% of conservative discourse. And now you're saying that it's evidence of crazy Marxist indoctrination? Okay. Allow others to learn what you know. Respect confidentiality. Take the stories, leave the names, take care of yourself. It's all fine. Be explicit about race and racism. Avoid and point out coded language. Yeah. Teachers should definitely be doing this, by the way. You never want to use coded language in an academic setting when you're talking about sensitive sociological issues. That can get really bad. Effective dialogue requires active listening, value, and leverage our interconnectedness. Okay, so this is literally just everyone be nice to each other. White fragility. Oh, they're not going to like this one. Emotions, racial stress that are stirred when making white people consider racial realities. Guilt, anger, apathy, frustration, closed-mindedness, and defensiveness. I like this. So the tweet here says that they will experience guilt, anger, apathy, and closed-mindedness because of their white fragility. But in the actual PowerPoint, it's only saying this is a component of white fragility. They don't even understand the PowerPoint they're looking at. Nothing in this PowerPoint is saying you will feel these feelings. What's funny here is that the conservative tweets here are a perfect example of white fragility. Look, okay, I hate to be super, prescriptive like this, but I've been doing this for 2 years now. I've argued with a lot of conservatives. White people are fragile as fuck when it comes to talking about race issues. They are insanely fragile. The issue is, and I have to remind you guys, I have never felt guilt about being white in my entire life. I've never apologized. I've argued with fucking crazy-ass POC who are unironically anti-white. I have gotten canceled by lefties for criticizing people for being anti-white. I'm not, riddled with guilt, and I don't think you should be riddled with guilt. None of us should be riddled with guilt. You're born with your skin tone. Whatever. Not a big deal, you know? Just whatever your station in life, whatever your demographic status, just be aware of how that affects other people. I'm only asking for introspection here. I'm not asking for you to feel guilty. But a lot of conservatives act like when I talk about race issues, I am demanding them to personally feel guilty or even feel bad about being white. I don't feel bad about being white. I don't think people should feel bad about being privileged at all. I think you guys miss the mark on that sometimes. Every once in a while, I'll get a email from somebody, and they're like, hey, so I own property and I rent it out, and I only became a lefty last year, and now I feel really guilty, and can I even be a leftist? Like, dude, you own a property. Okay, chill. Don't. If you want to do something about that, you can. If you want to sell that property, you can. You're allowed to, but don't freak out. There are people who are like, I'm rich. Am I allowed to be like, dude, I'm rich. You people, you're gifted subs. Don't feel bad. Privilege isn't morally weighted. It's just a tool that you can use. There's nothing wrong with it. The idea that there's some guilt value assigned to this is... Yeah, be a class traitor. Engels was rich. Be a class traitor. That makes you so cool. Dude, nothing is cooler. Listen, especially if you're in college, okay? Nothing makes you cooler than the person... Everyone thinks you're preppy, you know? Everyone thinks you're preppy. You walk into school, you're wearing... What's clothing? Your Gucci's. You're wearing Timbs on your shoulders, like pauldrons. And everyone's like, what a preppy, douchey... That outfit is $3,000. And then you invite them all to the party, and you're just wall-to-wall fucking Soviet newspapers about the launch of Sputnik into low orbit, okay? Just wall-to-wall. And all of your furniture is collectivized furniture, okay? Beanie bags, collectivized. Single-seat chairs, capitalist. Remember, people. There's nothing wrong with being privileged. But the way conservatives act when I point out the objective, factual, empirical case that white privilege exists, they get really fucking fragile. they get really fragile about it. They're really uncomfortable. To which, and I have to say, dude, my facts, they do not care about your feelings. I'm really sorry that you're so uncomfortable with these ideas, but I'm not going to stop talking about them just because they make you uncomfortable. I would say there's something wrong with a system that privileges others, though. Yeah, of course. We're all socialists here. That's what we're trying to fix, right? But just because you live on the upper end of the pyramid you were born onto doesn't mean you're in the wrong. You were born there. Or you worked to get there. Okay, wait, I'll even extend this further. Even if it wasn't a product of your birth circumstances, even if you worked crazy hard to rise your way up the system to become very wealthy or something, just don't feel guilty. Whatever. I mean, if you did like bad things, I guess you can feel bad about that. But the privilege in and of itself is not something to be guilty over. Also, don't feel proud. You can feel proud of things you worked for. I'm proud of this channel. I've worked hard for this channel. I'm very proud of this channel and the benefits that it's, accrued for me. You shouldn't be proud of things you didn't work for, though. That's just simple logic. How cringe to be proud of your nation, or like proud of your skin color. A lot of conservatives, they say well, black pride is a thing. Dude, when people are doing black pride, they're not announcing the superiority of their skin tone. At least I don't think most of them are. That's not generally the way black pride parades go. It's usually about saying, you can't put me down for my race. That's the collective. Same with gay pride, by the way. Same with gay pride. That's generally the tone with these things, It's not my fault that every white pride event turns into a fucking a Klanner rally, That's not, I didn't make it that way. That's just how it keeps happening. But black pride rallies or Korean pride or gay pride rallies, you just go there and you, I don't know, get smacked in the face with a dildo or... I've never been to a Korean pride rally. I'm sure they're wonderful. Anyway, we're losing the plot here. Okay. After watching clips of Robin DiAngelo and Ibram Kenji, the trainers tell the teachers, you are racist. You are upholding racist ideas, structures, and policies. And then they must commit to becoming anti-racist in the classroom. They must submit to the new racial orthodoxy. So again, I have to point out the snowflake language from the conservative here. They must submit to the new racial orthodoxy. Why all of the weighted language here? It's a fucking PowerPoint giving them ideas. What is it? They must submit. It is it's a discussion point. It's a seminar. It's not about submitting, okay? Chill. The language these conservatives use, they're like drama students. They're like grade 1 theater students trying to write out a play, They don't have any interesting ideas or anything to show, so they just, they purple prose every single element of their story structure. Also, I think it's interesting that the tweet says, the trainers tell the teachers, you are racist, you are upholding racist ideas, structures, and policies. But apparently that's only something that they got on voice. The actual PowerPoint doesn't seem to say this. So here's the question, people. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. The title says this. Oh, shit. Never mind. The title says it. Oh, hold on. In the chat, try to use one word to answer the question. How would this make you feel? Think to yourself, what would you want to say to someone who tells you this? They misinterpreted it. The questions aren't saying you're racist. The questions are asking you how you would respond to being told that. The follow-up question, how would this make you feel? What would you want to say to someone who tells you this? Literally the follow-up. Why would you screenshot this? If you had only screenshotted the title, then because I don't have access to the source material, I would have to say, oh, I guess they did say that. I think that's a little irresponsible to just throw that out there. But nope. No reading comprehension, people. Literally, the follow-up sentences. I don't know. Again, conservative illiteracy is a component of the... I swear to God, 90% of my engagement with conservatives really does boil down to just them not... It's either unable or unwilling to read. This is incredible. I think this is a good question, by the way. Because if we're exploring our relationship with the concept of racism, especially after a segment on white fragility, I think it is important to answer, how would you feel if somebody accused you of being racist? Now, I get accused of being racist all the time. Nazis accuse me of being anti-white, and the lefties who don't like me very much, they accuse me of being anti-everyone else, you know? So, I mean, I know how I respond to this, usually by telling people to fuck off, but I think it's an interesting question. But there's a world of difference between just telling a group of teachers they're racist and posing that statement as a subject of discussion. Anyway, what's the next panel? Yeah, the next, it's the same thing for the next one. It's not saying they're X, it's posing it as a subject of discussion. So, yeah. I don't know. Well, a swing and a miss. Okay. The teachers are told they are part of an oppressive white power structure. I mean, that's the case for every human being in America. Not just America, of course, but in America, right? Yeah. If we live in an... So, hold on. Let's break this down word by word. If we live in an oppressive white power structure, which we do, and that's demonstrable empirically, then if you live in that structure, then you're part of it. Anti-racists are also a part of that structure. The antagonism to the system is a part of the system, after all, you know? Part of the slave state social structure that this country had for hundreds of years were abolitionists. They were a part of that system. They were part of the, one word to use a word, dialectical advancement of historical progress. But, you know, we're not ready to have that conversation. Okay, hold on. The trainers claim that white people in America hold most of the power. Stay triggered, I guess. That's true. And that white teachers have an ability to thrive that is being preserved at every level of power. Yeah. Yeah, that's just white privilege. Conservatives get so angry at the concept of white privilege. It's unbelievable to me. Like, and the funny thing is, here's the funny thing, by the way. Most of the people who get angry at the concept of white privilege are like insecure fucking white dudes in high school. Or not most of them, but a lot of them are. And these people know what Chad privilege is. That's the real kicker. They know what Chad privilege is. Unironically, if a guy with a square jaw, 6'3", rippling muscles, blonde hair swept back, came up to them and they were like, "Dude, bro, I can't help but notice you're having some trouble with the chicks. You just need to go up to them and, you know, be who you are, you know? Flex your muscles a little bit. They love it." And then pats him on the shoulder and walks away. That guy would, I think, deservedly feel frustrated because of Chad privilege. The reason we call it Chad privilege is because the just square-jawed gentleman who just walked on by forgot kind of the underlying component of his sexual success, which, let's be clear here, is appearance. That is a big factor. So when you ignore that, and a lot of appearances, at least genetically influenced, you know, a lot of it. And when you ignore that, it's really frustrating. We all know this, don't we? Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Every Ben Shapiro watcher, every single person who falls asleep at night after jerking off to fucking 12 Rules for Life, all of them know what Chad privilege is. If a guy did that to them, or the guy was like, "Well, why don't you just go up and be yourself, bro?" Internally, they'd be thinking, you have unrecognized benefits that you aren't aware of, that you were born with, that I don't have, and you're ignoring them, and I'm getting angry. We might call that a microaggression. Or microaggression. Sorry, microaggression. So I know I can explain Chad. I know I can explain Chad privilege to like any guy in this country. I know I can. So why is it so hard to imagine the white privilege as a thing? If you can acknowledge that Chad privilege is a thing, then your issue isn't the concept of privilege. Your issue is with the empirical data describing the existence of white privilege. But here's the thing. The evidence that white people are privileged in our society is greater than the evidence that handsome people are. And that's a fact. If you want to take a look at the total amount of data, the total number of studies, the plurality of that information, the severity of those studies, the extent to which it's been researched, It is undeniably, unquestionably a fact that white people's privilege over non-white people is much more evident than handsome people's privilege over ugly people's. But what are you gonna do? White privilege and culture. Since white people in America hold most of the political, institutional, economic power, this is what they're underlining? This is like factual. Okay. They receive advantages that non-white groups do not. White culture and white racialized identity refer to the way that white people, their custom, cultures, and belief operate as the standard by which all of the groups are compared. This is such like milquetoast shit. I was given harder stuff than this in college. You know? I remember for my sociology degree, before I completed my baccalaureate thesis, they took every white student, they would take them one by one, they would put them in the Thunderdome, and they would just have like 5 black dudes beat the shit out of you. Like that's, that was part of my degree, of course. Yeah, I just, when I see stuff like this, like this is nothing in comparison, you know? Yeah, no, it was a formative experience. Thank you. I won, of course, obviously. My ability to thrive, not just being survived in this country, is preserved at every level of power without me having to do anything at all. I don't even have to vote. Dude, they even have data on the right. What the fuck? They're even providing how much of this tweet thread is just complaining about facts not aligning with your 10 richest Americans, all white. U.S. Congress, 90% white, now 78%. Wait, is that true? From 2016 to 2020, we went from 90% white to 78% white. That's a huge shift towards representation. That's awesome. U.S. governors, 96% white. Top military advisors, 100% white. President and vice president, 100% white. You could just say both white. It feels weird to say 100% when there are only 2 people. U.S. House Freedom Caucus, 99% white. Presidential cabinet, 91% white. Teachers, 82% white, but only 63% in the San Diego Unified School District. By president and vice president, I think they just mean current president and vice president. Unless they're going with half-white Obama, you know? Full-time college professors, 84% white. The people who decide what TV shows we read, 93% white. The books we read, 90% white. The news is covered, 85% white. Which music is produced, 95% white. Directed top 100 grossing films, 95% white. And, I mean, all this is factually true. I mean, I don't know why conservatives are so upset about it. Now, keep in mind, nothing that we've seen so far is a moral condemnation of white people. Like, at all. Wait, hold on. Vosh, this conversation turns ignorant race-neutral conservatives, first of all, if you're conservative, you're not race-neutral, into legitimately pro-racism, pro-colonization white people through forcing white people to either feel guilty about their race or take pride in it. No. I'm sorry, I need to be really clear about this. If you're presented with empirical information indicating some racial groups have privilege over other racial groups, and your monkey brain tells you that you either have to be guilty of being white or anti-black, that you just really low IQ. I don't know how else to say it. That is not by any means a necessary physiological response on your part, you know? You're not a puppet. You can choose to process this information like a regular adult, like I do, which is, oh wow, white people do have advantages. Okay. Isn't that the same argument you had against the cut video, though? The cut video was incredibly awkward, repeatedly, consistently framed with no discourse or context, things that absolutely seemed racially biased, and it was presented to a general audience. This is a PowerPoint given to professors. This is a PowerPoint given to people with academic credentials. This is not comparable. Yeah, the cut video was just cheap BuzzFeed clickbait. You know, like, it's not the same. Look, I get you can use white privilege in the correct context, but the woke scolds have already poisoned the well in that phrase, sorry. No, they really haven't. Look, I'm really sorry, but I'm only dealing with facts here. If your experience seeing a couple of people being obnoxious on Tumblr is so traumatic that it's destroyed your ability to understand racial relations in a nuanced way, you are the problem there, not the woke scolds. Woke scolds are annoying, but you are an autonomous human being with your own mental faculties, and you are the one responsible for how you process information. So the fact of the matter is, white privilege exists. That's the easiest, simplest, and most empirically demonstrable way to describe it. If you hear that and your internal brain is like, you're clicking back to like 2014 Tumblr posts, then you're the problem there, you know? That's unironically like the left got too PC, so I changed all my mind on blank. I just said I get it, other people shut their brain off when they hear that phrase, period. Yeah, of course, conservatives shut their brains off, like, to everything. But that's not the fault of the term white privilege. Trust me, as somebody who's done this for a while, conservatives shut their brain off at the concept, not the terminology. Even if I don't use the term white privilege, the nanosecond you imply that white people have had any systemic benefit in our society, they freak the fuck out. Even if you don't use the term white privilege. You can talk about the optics. I mean, you can say maybe this term's more effective than that term, and I agree, we should explore the optics. I don't think the term white privilege, it's so neutral. Like, there's really nothing weighted about it. White fragility is very weighted for reasons that I think are pretty obvious. But white privilege, I mean, privilege isn't a morally weighted term at all. Everybody is a collection of privileges and disprivileges. All of us. Black people have privileges too. Or at least most black people. Maybe there are some black people who are like trans, disabled, female, quadriplegic, autistic. Like, you can run down the list if you want, but all of us have some privileges, you know? It doesn't just have to be race or income. It could also be your height. That's a benefit, you know? Some tall people tend to get treated better. Well, tall guys tend to get treated better. It varies for women, you know? But yeah, like, it's a simple concept. The fact of the matter is, and let's not beat around the bush, the issue here isn't the terminology. Conservatives just don't want to fix racism. Like, let's not fuck around with this. It's pretty clear. Conservative behavior is poorly explained by an aversion to the term white privilege, and excellently explained by an aversion to addressing racism. All of their arguments, the language they use, the people that they take money from, the outcomes of their elections, their votes, what they care and don't care about. It's not a problem with white privilege. It's a problem with, well, racial equality, you know? Or an ignorance to the underlying arguments about these issues, you know? There are people who vote conservative who I don't think they're all like seething racists or whatever. I think you have to be at least okay with racism to be a conservative in this country. It's still weighted and you can't overlook that. Well, all language is weighted. I'm sorry, can you all think of a term to replace white privilege that conservatives would be okay with? Can you think of one? Have fun with that. Because the nanosecond it gets any kind of traction in the public discourse, it's going to be just as hated as the term white privilege. Black debuff. All right, how much of this stupid shit do we have left? We did this one. Oh, we're down to just one more? Oh shit. Finally, teachers are told they must become anti-racist activists. Yeah. Well, oh god. Oh no. They must confront and examine their white privilege. Yeah, they're educators. They absolutely should be introspective about their biases. Acknowledge when they feel white fragility. Yeah. And teach others to see their privilege. Yeah. They must turn their schools into activist organizations. Now, do they actually say turn their school into activist organizations, or do they just say confront racism? Okay, so let's take a look. Anti-racist, one who is supporting an anti-racist policy through their actions or expressing an anti-racist idea. Racist, one who is supporting... Vosh, this is 0 out of 10 optics. I don't think so. I just think you might be racist. Here's the issue. Everything that I've said and described so far, not a single element of this segment has been me impugning white people. You can go look back through the whole thing. I haven't said a single thing negative about white people once, and I don't think anything negative about white people. What if you're reading like poor material into this? Or I don't know if you mean the PowerPoint or if you mean what I'm talking about. The PowerPoint is for teachers, dude. It's not for the general public. And for this segment, like, even with the PowerPoint we're looking at, nothing here is anti-white at all. Versus a racist, one who is supporting... Vosh, bro, they won't be able to tell the difference. That's the problem with conservatives. Again, I need to be perfectly clear here. Optics is only relevant if it's possible to do better optics while preserving the same idea. If conservatives are constitutionally incapable of hearing these arguments, that's not bad optics. That's them. That's on them. would you like with the abolitionists back in the 1860s? You, dude, bad optics. The slave owners really don't like it when you say we should abolish slavery. Like, maybe work on that a bit. Like, no, they just don't like it because of material conditions dictating their you know their well their privilege. Anyway, what's the final slide? Confront and examine your white privilege. Acknowledge when you feel white fragility. Teach others to see their privilege. Okay, so they're literally just encouraging education and introspection. Nice. So yeah, literally nothing in here was anti-white. Nothing in here fell outside the purview of what I would expect from a school. And it's funny because the content of this tweet thread, these people would be offended. These people would be offended by the integration of schools back in the 1960s. Unquestionably, undeniably, they would. They would say that schools are being turned into activist organizations where whites and blacks, against the will of the white parents, are being forced to participate in an activist social experiment. Here's the thing, people. Racist arguments haven't changed in hundreds of years. They're all the exact same arguments. They have not changed. And if you look back through history, it's incredible. Yeah, they would talk about social engineering, and they called the civil rights movement Marxism too. So it's important to remember when you see how these move forward and when you read these arguments to put them in their historical context. Because frankly, a lot of conservatives really are just kind of kept in check by shame. A lot of people in the Republican Party probably do just want to say the N-word and like throw rocks at black people. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And the only thing keeping them from doing that is the collective social pressure not to. So one of the most effective tools we have at calling out their racism is to just point out they're doing things identical to what racists did against the civil rights workers. And that's pretty much all we can do sometimes. Because they're not listening to reason, so. Conservatives and losing the culture war is a time-honored tradition. This too shall pass, Vosh. Well, the basic line will continue. They'll be using these same arguments in 100 years. It'll just, the line moves forward. Yeah. Race mixing too. Yeah, they said that, yeah, race mixing equals communism. That was a really, 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 really big argument that was made all the time. They won't listen to history either. They don't need to listen to history. They just need to be, like, shamed into shutting up. What else are you supposed to do with racism, right? A lot of people say that's a violation of free speech, but unironically, telling people that you can't shame racists is a violation of their free speech. I have a goddamn First Amendment right to make racists feel bad. That is my fucking right. I'm American. And if you want to take that away from me, then you better take it up with the founding motherfucking fathers, okay? That's my goddamn right. Damn right. At the end of the day, conservative inability to process these arguments usually comes down to their belief in, well, it's a lot of things. But they believe in a meritocracy. It's the myth of the just world fallacy is what it's called. They believe the world is already just as it is, so people who are trying to ameliorate any injustice must actually be trying to assign privilege to a given group of people. You know? So it's it's so difficult for them to follow through on. It's, you know, it's really, how does this tweet thread end? Let me see. The guy ends with like a picture of himself. I love that, dude. Okay, this. Parents should be up in arms. Public schools should be designed to serve the public good, not the private ideological fantasies of far-left activists. Literally the same thing they said during the civil rights movement and school integration. P.S. You can support my investigative reporting on critical race theory with a $5 or $10 monthly donation. It's time to push back. Oh, the bar is so low, dude. And if you want to see more tweet threads like this, where I misrepresent the concepts presented in the screenshots I linked here, please subscribe. Please subscribe to my Patreon. The shamelessness. I would never link my Patreon in a fucking tweet thread. My God, that is, whew, that is a rough one. Look at this dude. Oh God. Your video on loneliness helped me a lot, but can you elaborate a little bit more on it? Every bit of advice helped. I've done quite a few videos on loneliness and incels, but maybe you're not an incel, but loneliness is kind of, related to that concept. But I can talk about it more in the future. I think it's an often understudied sociological phenomena. What is this? This is why I feel you're too optimistic when it comes to reaching out to change conservative minds. The hurdle of education, miseducation, bias, and sensitivity make it nigh impossible for people to accept your views. Don't get too negative about it, comrade. You don't have to change every conservative's mind. If you change 10% of them, the country's changed forever, Even if only 1 in 10. And keep in mind, online, when you argue with conservatives, you're arguing with the most extreme motherfuckers. Even the people who I've converted, even the people who I've de-radicalized or moved over to the left, these people are very online, very engaged with politics. Nobody who watches my channel is not going to be engaged with politics, or at least most people will. But the majority of conservatives and the majority of liberals are... Okay, are you guys ready for my hottest take yet? Okay? Most people in this country are unironically too politically ignorant to even know what their best interests are, okay? Most conservatives and liberals are being led around by a stick on an incredibly simplistic set of issues. They have no idea what the outcomes are. They don't understand them. They don't know anything. They make their decisions. They might as well be choosing their voting picks by horoscope. They're utterly and completely ignorant, and the worst thing is they don't want to be knowledgeable. They don't care. One of the things that bothers me about lefties is when they describe the majority of people in this country, the non-voters, the people who don't vote, they describe them as like a dispossessed, disaffected group of world-weary anti-electoralists, which is not true. You know why most people don't vote? Because they're idiots. They have no idea what the stakes are. They have no idea what the consequences of them not participating are. They don't know what political issues are. They don't know what's happening right now. They just live day to day within their own subsistence existence, trying to make it through. And I'm not assigning moral weight to that because being involved in politics, they don't have a party that represents them. No. There are tons of people who don't vote who would be perfectly represented by the Democrat or Republican Party. A lot of them just don't because they're just too ignorant, Destiny take here, bud? No, actually. It's called Marxist take. The lumpen proletariat, or the group of proles who are kept in squalor such to the point that they can't even participate in political activism. That is a Marxist concept, actually, not a destiny concept. But keep in mind, the lumpen proletariat, as described, they don't refer to some like enlightened group of underrepresented individuals who know what's going on but don't want any part of it. They generally describe people who, through subsistence living, are sort of kept in the dirt, and for that reason they don't participate much in politics. Who has time to participate in politics? If you're working 2 jobs to support your kids, if you're going to college on a fucking a biology degree or whatever, like politics is difficult, and it takes a lot of time and understanding, and also you can invest a ton of time into it and then end up in a completely fucked position. You can invest a lot of time in politics and then end up a libertarian. There are so many ways that it could go wrong down the road, and like honestly, for a lot of people, it's just not worth the effort. So I don't blame them for not investing heavily, but we have to recognize what these people are and why these people are the way they are, That's true, but it's not because they're stupid. When I say kept in squalor by the ruling class, I think that implies that my issue with them isn't one of like their inherent IQ. They're ignorant, but no, they're not stupid. There are people who don't know anything about politics who are infinitely smarter than me. Infinitely smarter than me. Not in politics, but I guess like generally, sort of broadly. I mean, you've all met people who say they don't care about politics, haven't you? Not every one of them is like some rich, preppy douchebag. A lot of them are people who are just living life. There are poor and wealthy people, though generally it's poor people who don't care about politics. White and black people, men and women, there are a lot of them. In fact, according to the vote, totals, about 1/3 to 2/5 of the country. Thereabouts of the voting population, I don't know what else they'd care about. Politics is a small part of life. Well, no. Life is what you make of it. To me, politics is everything. To a lot of you, it's the same. But to a lot of people, politics is just a circus sideshow that goes on around their real life, which is work and family. Work and family is their real life. it's not just grilling. It's not, because grilling is like when you don't care because you just want to grill, you know? But a lot of it, it's not even that they don't care because they want to do something else. It's that they legitimately don't even understand it enough to not care about it, if that makes sense. They don't even understand what's happening politically enough to disregard it. There are friends that I had back in high school and college, and if I asked them about politics, their response was never something like, I don't care about that, I just want to do X. Their response would be like one or two tepid sort of answers that they heard off mainstream news, and then they would shut up about it, you know? It's not even like at that level. It takes knowledge of something to reject it, or some knowledge, not much knowledge. Yeah, a lot of you guys are pretty internet poisoned, but that's okay. I know a lot of you are young. Oh, by the way, if you're watching from YouTube chat and you're enjoying the content, I strongly encourage you to subscribe. We are literally on the cusp of 300,000 subscribers. We have 10,000 people watching. Of course, most of you are already subscribed. It'd be pretty silly if you were all here and you weren't subscribed already, but some of you aren't, and I would love it if you would, because I feel on point. How wonderful is it to have my voice back without having to cough or whatever? Anyway, I want to read donos, but before we do that, we should get to at least one more bit. How about cringing at Crowder? Wouldn't it be nice? I'll look at the second thought thing. Don't spam it. So I've said this before, and I'll say it again anytime. Steven Crowder is actually the most offensive conservative pundit online to me. But he's not offensive because he's like problematic or whatever. He's offensive mostly like to comedy. I cannot tell you how angry I get watching Steven Crowder sit in a room with his paid audience who are trained to laugh at every joke he makes, and actually I feel this weight in my stomach like plummet every time anything comes out of his mouth. So he recently did this segment on Elliot Page, and I mean, you know, if you're sensitive about this shit, you know, obviously he's gonna misgender him and blah blah. But yeah, here, let's take it away, Crowder.
Yeah. Because Ellen Page, of course, as many of you have been following, but there's more to the story than people know. Ellen Page, most known for her roles in Juno, Inception,
X-Men 3,
the remake of Flatliners.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Story catalog. Ellen Page, beloved actress of the United States, is now a man. You can hit the overlay there. Yeah. So I don't want to have to direct this all day. Is now a man. So the privilege card is now removed. Came out as Elliot. By the way, Ellen Page is now confused. Elliot Page. Yeah. Just be just be ready for the attacks, because as a straight white male, you are given no quarter. And we actually
I can't believe that's real. He lands the joke. It's a 2 out of 10. His paid audience laughs, and they cut to some guy cringing IRL.
Oh, you are given no quarter.
Look at that. They actually cut to him as he's sucking air in through his teeth. They actually captured the moment right here. Look at this guy. This guy's job is to laugh at Steven Crowder. Look at him. Okay.
And we actually, this is something that's been a long time coming, and here at Lighthouse Cutter, we actually have the exclusive of the upcoming first performance of Elliot Page.
Oh, God! Elliot.
Now, I have a question for all of you. Can you identify what the joke was? I don't even care about the trans shit, honestly. I'm here for the comedy breakdown. I like stand-up, okay? Can you explain to me where the joke was? I genuinely want to know. It's not a rhetorical question. I genuinely want to know. So, was the joke just that E.T. said Elliot? Was that it? Is it that trans people are like aliens? Because if so, that's like a huge reach. Like, I feel like if that's the joke, if the joke is legitimately just the word Elliot was said and ET is ugly. Sorry, ET is ugly. I know a lot of you are standing out here. If that legitimately is the joke, I feel like Steven Crowder could have just drawn with crayons like an ugly troll and then like Elliot next to it and just like held it up in front of the camera. And like that would have nailed it. I think, you know, depending on the drawing, and something tells me Crowder over here, not exactly an artist, but depending on the drawing, I feel like that actually would have landed better, you know? Almost like a self-deprecatory, here's the juvenility of the joke we're trying to lay, but man, that one just kind of hurt, didn't it? Like, to have to listen to, you know?
I'll be watching. I gotta watch.
That's the Elf theme song.
I got the yeah.
Look at the reaction from his fucking crew.
I'll be watching.
Look, the guy in the background, the guy back here is just like, another day with these people. This guy right here is playing it up. This guy just feels fear because he doesn't understand the joke either. He doesn't know what the joke meant. Was there like a hidden message in there? Is he gonna die tonight? He doesn't know. This guy just wants to leave. This guy's playing it up though. This guy earned his paycheck today. And then we get
That's the Elf theme song.
I got the yeah. Well, you just mix and
That's
match.
figuring so
Whatever
many-
happens.
Oh boy, that's one pussy I don't want to munch. Talk about a beaver deal.
I got the biggest.
You can tell these are the comedic chops from somebody who couldn't cut it in comedy, you know? The high profile comedic skill delivered by, what was he? He did voice acting in Pinky and the Brain and Arthur, I think. He did some of that. Please move on to the next segment or I'll sue you. No, I really want to sit with this because so what Crowder is doing now is he's kind of doing what I do. Not that I invented the idea, but he's, you know, he's doing like these big live streams and he's just having them set up on a channel. So he streamed 2 days ago, 3, 4, and of course they're all getting millions of views, you know, because we live in a meritocracy. And that's like the bulk of the channel now. And it's like a comedy routine if you stripped all of the comedy out of it and it's just like a dead husk. And I think the thing that really concerns me, so some people have accused me in the past of being like ableist to conservatives. Like I'll impugn their cognitive facilities. And generally I do try to avoid that because I think they're a very smart, I think intelligence is very compartmentalized. And while you have to be either stupid or cruel politically to be a conservative, I think there are good or intelligent people who are just sort of, you know, selectively incompetent mentally. But I will say this. The fact that Steven Crowder is, I believe, the largest conservative YouTube channel, and that there are people in the comments of these videos who actually seem to enjoy this comedy, that actually does make me wonder about skull shapes. That actually does make me a little curious. Because while I can imagine being a transphobe and finding jokes that Elliot Page is gross because he's trans or whatever, I can understand a transphobe getting behind that because they're a transphobe, right? It makes sense. But I legitimately can't fathom finding these jokes funny. I actually can't. I can't imagine it. I can't. And by the way, to their credit, to my knowledge, I have never defended a conservative who defended Crowder. I get the feeling that for a lot of them, Crowder is just a highly presentable, extremely cringy shame watch, you know? Like, at least to the conservatives that I've argued with. There are a lot of conservatives who are like they watch Crowder, but I don't think there are many Crowder stans, if that makes any sense. Relative to the size of his channel, I feel like a lot of people shame watch him. I genuinely don't know, though. I mean, the comedy bops continue.
I roll from my wife when I showed her that last night because we watched the Umbrella Academy, and she's like, "Is there ever a role that formerly Ellen was in that she didn't look like like a pouty guy anyway?" It's just like,
that's in poor taste.
Well, sorry, it's Elliot.
Silicon
That's what I
Valley,
was
this isn't as
stumbling
crazy
over,
to me as when comedians.
Wait, is that in poor taste? Wait, of all the things said so far, the fact that Elliot always gave off a masculine vibe in previous media. I feel like that's the least in poor taste thing. Like, of all the... I'm not saying it's... In an absolute sense, it's all poor taste. But relative to other things that have been said, I feel like that's comparatively progressive. That guy with the mic over there, I don't know, he's demonstrating a little bit of Marxist gender theory. He needs to be careful.
Comedians go along with this. And I'll explain to you why this is a problem. People go, why are you talking about the transgender? Well, first off, I think we've done a pretty fair job of covering election fraud. I think we've been pretty consistent. And this does matter. People say, why do you talk about something that doesn't affect you? The breakdown of the idea of men and women affects everybody. Yes. Notably children. I was like, why do you care about what Hitler's doing with the Jews if it doesn't?
Oh, okay. Hold on there, Crowder. We're going there again. So remember that the arguments conservatives make about trans people are identical to the arguments they made about gay people 40 years ago, where it's not that they're grossed out when you put the pee-pee in the butt. That's not it. That's not why they don't like it. They're just worried about the kids. Because, I don't know, kids seeing guys kissing or holding hands at the park would make them turn out wrong or something. And then they go on and stand Western civilization, even though the bedrock of what we today call Western civilization was rooted in Greece and Rome, or Greek and Rome, and their highly homosexual societies, aggressively homosexual societies by our standards. So I don't know where, maybe that's the bedrock of Western civilization. Maybe that's what propelled us ahead, you know? Maybe the Enlightenment was completely sort of bedrock on twinks fucking each other. I have no idea. Why the fuck is he open carrying in his own studio? Virtue signaling.
Affect you? Well, it doesn't affect me, but the Jews aren't big fans of it. What about the children?
So trans celebrities coming out is like Hitler killing the Jews. That's in case you didn't missed it, that's actually the analogy he went with.
It affects everybody. Yes. Notably children. I was like, why do you care about what Hitler's doing with the Jews if it doesn't affect you? Well, it doesn't affect me, but the Jews aren't big fans of it. What about the children who will be taught that men and...
By the way, remember when the phrase, what about the children, was a joke? Like, people would make fun of that phrase because it was usually uttered by people who have no argument and are just moralizing. Chowder complains about pearl-clutching, moralizing liberals, but what is he doing right now? What is this exactly? Oh yeah, all the children who will be hurt by Elliot Page being a guy.
Women and male, female are just a figment of your imagination. That's a problem.
That's not what that means. We're trying to focus on the comedy here, people. He's just very dumb.
Well, and how long until we get the European bug and say, well, you can't say anything against these people or it's a year in jail, like we reported yesterday?
Yes. That's not a law they have anywhere in Europe.
Speaking of bugs, this guy, I think he's very funny. I'm surprised that comedians...
It's like what they said about the C-16 bill in Canada, you know? They have protected classes over there, and they're like, in Canada now, if you bump shoulders into an androgynous young teen in the street, and they drop their school books and you say, I'm sorry, ma'am, and they look at you and sputter out from beneath their snakebite piercings, it's not ma'am, it's sir. And then the police come and take you away. I miss the Jordan Peterson days, dude. I need to rip into that guy more often. Now that he's trying to come back or whatever.
Come out and support this. Kumail Nanjiani from Silicon Valley. Very funny guy. Said, this is an actual tweet. I've been a fan of...
A printout of a tweet.
Elliot's for a very long time and am excited to see him continue his fantastic work in the years to come. Fantastic fan of Elliot. His work, I believe, is Quarter Black Garrett.
It's... What?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I got skipped up.
Yeah, you did. No, apparently Elliot Page has just as many film credits as Caitlyn Jenner has medals. So,
oh wow,
this is, if people don't understand the slippery slope,
so like a bunch,
for crying out loud, that you have now made.
Wait, hold on. I need to follow the train of logic here. So they were laughing because they were calling Elliot him. And then the fact check thing came up in the corner, which I assume some shock jock wannabe has a button for. And now, what's slippery slope? What's happening? Also, I'm pretty sure Elliot Page is a well-recognized and esteemed actor. I don't know if the joke was... And Caitlyn Jenner was a very well-respected athlete, so I'm not entirely sure if I understand what the yeah, I'm not sure if I understand what the complaint is.
Every single casting director who's issued character breakdowns guilty of hate speech. You've retroactively made people guilty of hate speech.
No. No, nobody's saying that. The victim complex for conservatives is pretty crazy, isn't it? Like, literally, like, Elliot's just like, yeah, I'm a dude now. And Steven Crowder was like, they're gonna send us all to jail for all the... In 2003, they wrote a news article and they called Elliot a she, and now that person's guilty of hate speech. They're going to be tried at The Hague and executed. Nobody's saying this but Crowder. Just him alone, a madman in a straitjacket, screaming into a microphone, being watched by millions of people. You know, you don't get to call slippery slope when you're standing on level ground. Like, the slippery slope claim, it doesn't really work when you're just perfectly situated and level.
Wow. Yeah.
So do we refer to Elliot in the past now when referring to past roles?
Yeah.
This is the thing that I find interesting, because I've talked with conservatives IRL, and this question comes up very, very often. And I mean, I'll answer it. The answer is you do, yeah. You generally refer retroactively to trans people with their current name. Yeah. And sometimes that does lead to some semantically awkward situations. For example, Elliot Page once, I don't know if it was won or was nominated for an award for like Most Beautiful Lady or whatever. And the answer to that would be, yes, Elliot Page won or was nominated for an award for Most Beautiful Lady back in 2015. I don't know, but that's the thing that happened. And you could say Caitlyn Jenner, you know, did sprinting, you know, did running shit in the men's category, whatever. Oh, was it Best Actress? I don't fucking know. The point is, sometimes this leads to some weird semantics, but it's no big deal. Like, it doesn't hurt anyone. Like, who's hurt by this, you know? You refer to people by their current age. Yeah, you refer to people by their current age, don't you? Or yeah, by their current last name. If there's a woman who does X as a single lady and then gets married and now she's got a different name, when you go back and refer to past accomplishments, you use her current name. We have precedents for this that are completely outside trans ideology, you know? So there's no issue here, like, at all. If it's a well-intentioned question, I don't mind it, but... And I don't know if this guy... I don't know anything about this guy. If he's being paid by Crowder, he's probably an idiot. But yeah, like, this isn't a big deal at all.
So Netflix changed the credits.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Now going forward, that's the cat.
Damn, wow. That's a crazy thing they did that hurt nobody and is good. What a slippery slope we're on. Where a person changes their name and then their previous editable iterations of their name are changed in response. That's pretty crazy.
Casting calls an Elliot Page type.
Oh my god.
1984. It's like 1984. They're changing history.
Gosh, I love it.
I don't love it.
No, that was sarcasm.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm gonna kill you.
You love it? You love this when Netflix changes the name of the credits? You're okay with this? When Netflix changes the name? How do you get upset over stuff like this? Is this some of that white fragility coming up? I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
Are you out of your mind? What is this thing with him? He's just always talking about he's going to kill Bill. He's going to kill me. It's like, he doesn't do show prep, so it's like, I know what I'll say I'll kill you.
Murder. Yeah, that's
murder.
Oh
this works. That's a family-friendly activity.
Yeah. Off the top of the show.
You off your hormone blockers?
No. They wouldn't refill the prescription.
Take on an empty stomach.
Small meal or crackers.
They also stop brain development, by the way, those hormones.
That's good.
Yeah, the parts of the brain that deal with hormone receptors and the development of puberty. It doesn't stop the brain's development in anything pertaining to intelligence.
Yeah, that's
convenient. It's almost like, you're unscientific when you don't understand.
Oh, God, do we really have to listen to these people talk about science? Oh, God. The next segment is on hormone blockers. Let's...
But the endocrine system.
Reminder that Blair White said Crowder doesn't actually mind trans people when she went on his show, so he's really just repenting here to get that grift money. Oh, dude, Steven Crowder is one of the obvious grifters. I don't really care whether a person's a grifter or sincere. Steven Crowder's an obvious grifter. First of all, since I fuck men I know, Steven Crowder is easily buy or pan. Undeniable. There's no fucking way Steven Crowder does not fuck men. 100%. I'm pretty sure there are other producers who have worked with him who have levied the exact same accusation, and that he's okay with fucking trans women as well. 100. Oh, I bet he bottoms too. Oh yeah, he opens up. I don't think Crowder gives a shit about anything that he's saying personally. He's paid a really good gig. You know, he was going to do that debate with Sam Cedar, and then his dad told him not to. You know, it's, you know, he'll never talk to, he'll never do like a proper debate with, you know, like a person who knows what they're talking about. That's why, like all the other conservative demagogues, Steven Crowder does debates with college students or unprepared civilians, and not other people with media training and weeks to prep on a given issue. You know, that's what, you know, it's incredible we let them get away with this. Ben Shapiro gets to be the debate lord of the universe by debating college students, and Steven Crowder gets to change your mind by preparing a very specific set of topics over the course of weeks, and then going to a random location where he's only going to be approached by people who aren't familiar with these subjects. Anyway, okay, wait, we're losing the plot here. The point is, in addition to Crowder being, I don't know, kind of a snowflake, he's also very unfunny. So unfunny. It's genuinely difficult to watch him. There is one thing, however, that does make me feel a little bit better about the whole thing, and that is that as my channel grows larger, I get closer and closer and closer to knowing that one day a criticism I make of him is going to find its way to his ears. That's my knowledge. Not that he's going to watch a video of mine. He doesn't care about politics unless he's getting paid to talk about them. But one of these days, you know, one of these days, it's some negative thing, some criticism, some insult. It's just going to find its way to his ears. Maybe it'll make his day slightly worse, you know. But we're probably not there yet. We have to get larger. But oh, hey, subscribe to the channel if you enjoy the content. By the way, Steven Crowder's humor is epic movie style humor. That actually feels about right, yeah. I would say watching a Steven Crowder video does feel a little bit like watching epic movie. Or like, there were like 5 of them, weren't there? Like superhero movie or those movies, you know? Those were easily the worst movies I've ever seen. Consistently. Oh yeah. Bring him. Give me the baby. And then we'll read a few donos. And after that, we're going to talk about that awful UK court ruling about trans children. Bring the boy. Is he too heavy now to just throw over the camera? He's purring. How long has it been since we've had him here? Ooh. He's purring. You know, the other day when I was getting the lights set up, the ones behind me, the big floodlights on the floor, I had them on and they were on full brightness. They were like blinding. Look at this. As you can see, they can get pretty darn bright. And I had them on full brightness because I can. And ARTERY just walked into the room and he just buried his face in it. Just looked down, looked right at the damn thing. Absolute lunatic. Stop! He's purring so goddamn hard. Come here, dipshit. Ah! Oh, don't do it. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do violence. No, why the violence? Ooh, yes. All right, let's let you free. Ooh. Little squishy baby. Purring so damn hard. Go! Yeah. Oh yeah, you like these sweatpants? Tempest got them for me. I'd say they're a pretty easy 10 out of 10 personally. Like pretty much about as good as sweatpants can get. I'm pretty happy with it. You know? Oh, I meant to say, by the way. So my cough issue. For the longest time, I thought my cough was because my lungs were weak. Because I had TB when I was a kid. It turns out that the actual reason I kept coughing was because of a gastrointestinal issue caused by stomach acid acidity. Anytime I guess eating would exacerbate it the most. It would be like, I guess I have a predisposition to very acidic stomach acid or something. And what's interesting is, so much of my general physical discomfort was just being caused by that, because I always had heartburn. I have basically 24/7 heartburn. Or I did. Stop eating. It's not a food thing, because even when I was dieting as a kid, it would still be a problem. It's just a biological, too much acid, whatever. But even back when I would eat nothing but like rice and chicken and like broccoli, it'd still be there. But you know, you take a couple of meds, and it's not there anymore. And my cough it's still a little there because it takes time, and it fixed it pretty much. And all of a sudden, I am so much better at moving around than I thought I was. I thought I had weak lungs. My lungs are fine. Before it used to be like, I'd run around or I'd clean up stuff or do chores. And you know, I'd feel like, ugh. But it turns out it wasn't my lungs. It was heartburn that I mistook, because that leads to you have to breathe harder to compensate for the fact that your throat feels weird. And now that I'm not dealing with that, I can like run around. I can do whatever. I can run all around the house, you know? Anyway, so that's nice. That's why, by the way, that's the reason why you actually save money when people go to the doctor more easily. If you're good to go to the doctor for consistent preventative care, you can prevent medical issues from arising that require much more expensive response care, you know? Big difference. A very, very important distinction. Have I ever had apple cider vinegar? I think so. I haven't like drank it, but I think it's been used in cooking that I've had before. Yeah. All right, let me run through some goddamn donations, if I may. Just a mo. Thank you, Sludge Factory, for the Vosh Senpai. Let me run them through. There are some donations to go through from Thanksgiving. We're going to run through expediently for a little bit, and then we're going to get to the next segment. And I love you and hope you all stick around. Taryn Rich, Rock, JB2D, and Lacey Purple Bear, thank you all very much for the Tier 1 subs. Sociable G with the 3 gifted Tier 1 subs, and Asayano with the gifted Tier 1 sub yourself. All of you are incredibly kind, and I really appreciate that, comrade. Tote3M with the Tier 4 sub. Thank you very, very much, comrade. You are my little pog champ, as it were. Thank you. Hollowed Ore, Post Champ, Joe Duddies, Esterno Guevara, and Jake Bees. Thank you all very much for the Tier 1 subs. I really appreciate those, comrade. That's very, very kind of you. Seriously. Sorry I got to this, like, 8 days later. Ferdivs Yoldashev, thank you very much for the $10. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. What if we made Thanksgiving Indigenous Peoples Day and then merged the Family Consumption Fest into Oktoberfest? Win-win? I would love to have Oktoberfest. I would love to have Oktoberfest over here in the US of A. I would love to. Is this Fard Brapapa real? What the fuck are you talking about, Hyena? What the fuck are you saying to me right now? Oh, Rudy Giuliani farts on camera.
The answer
Yeah,
that I
this is
gave
real.
you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't even have to. I can hear it in my head. Imagine not noise gating your fucking court microphones. The Flying Clutchman, thank you very much for the tier 4 sub. No idea if I'd want kids in the future, comrade. That's a big responsibility, you know? Big responsibility. You're all my children. JD Goodo, Alloy, Unoriginal Overlord, and Nicholas Silva. Thank you all so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Jasmine Darlin, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Elio Ravit and EG Productions, thank you both for the $2. By Crowder. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't doubt it. Fits my preconception of him. Asayano with the 7 gifted tier 1 subs, all in a big chunk. Now you can just do them randomly. Now from now on, we just have a big old chunk of them. Isn't that nice? 8, actually. 8 gifted tier 1 subs. Sociable G, thank you likewise. Tootie Boots and Victor40, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Asayano again, thank you very much, comrade. Sasha Starr with a very kind $25. Share your Batman opinions, Ree. I don't remember the context of what that was. Sake with the $10. Is the fact that police unions suck mega hard a factor of them being an exception to the rule of unions being generally good, or is it that the industry sucks? Well, the responsibility of a union is to protect the people who belong to that union. Now, protect them from what? Well, if you're working for a corporation, the union protects them from the corporation. It protects them from wage theft. It protects them from, low wages, that sort of thing. And it can help them organize to demand higher concessions from the corporation. The issue is that the police work for the government, which means that police unions protect them from, among other things, legislation and the law itself. That's the issue. A Costco union can't protect your members from legal consequences for their actions. A union can't do shit if a Costco guy fucking murders a random, customer. But a police union, because they have, doesn't that also apply to teachers unions? Yes. The difference being that police unions just have a much closer relationship to systems of power than teachers unions do. There are problems with teachers unions, though. Blood Tinge Proto, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $20. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Alternative Facts and Adamantris, thank you for the $3 and $2 respectively. Really appreciate that, comrade. Golden Hand the Just, thank you for the 50. Kronar High Progressive with a tier 3 sub. Yes, I've seen everything Sidney Powell is doing. What a wonderful human being. I have not seen Huggy. Iridian Knights, the incredibly kind $10. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Iridian Knight again and Aiden Murphy, thank you both for the $5. Dendrago with the tier 1 sub, and Tubin A Tube with a 7 Canadian. Thank you very, very much. Have I coughed yet in this stream? I'm very proud of myself. There have been a couple of instances where I felt as though I wanted to, but I think that I haven't yet. Very proud. Tabby Egg and Acepoke Burb, thank you both very much for the tier 2 subs. I really appreciate those, comrade. Maddie Bratz, James Riley, Schmarpo, and Pella jinxed it. I jinxed it. Pamela Megia, thank you very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Bethaldo with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you. You should never mention stuff like that, because then you think about it and psychosomatic. Yeah. Riri Kit Kat. Thank you very much for the $10. Yes. Oh, guys, Destiny is doing his Georgia shit over the weekend on the 5th and the 6th. That's tomorrow and the day after. There's details on that engagement on his subreddit. I think it's pinned right now. If you're interested in participating in canvassing in Georgia, you should look into that. You should. I'm not going to Georgia this time around. He is going with lots of other people, many of whom, by the way, are fans of mine. When he went there for the first time, before I even mentioned it on stream, there were fans of mine there. Because there is community overlap, So go there. You're going to meet some nice people. Tanner Martin, thank you very much for the $20. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Nice try. You're not getting me to run for office, you dipshit. Someone, George, Todd Willis, Tanner Martin. Thank you all so much for the $5. Really, really appreciate that. We're still on Thanksgiving, but I think we're nearly done. Kevin Marrer, thank you for the very kind $20. Did I ever drink at the Dead Reckoning as a fellow HSU alumni? No, I'm afraid not. I was not. God. I was not particularly social in university, nor am I today. Isaac Meadows and Adam Sanders, thank you very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Yeah, let me take a little water sippy. How about that? Where's my water? We're an hour and a half in. I get a couple of coughs. Come on. Little sippy. Vontux, Dendrago, Polity, not policy. Thank you all very much for the $5. Max Hines and Natural Phenomenon, thank you for the $2. Mr. Matt, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Saki Tanuki with the very kind $10. Do you think Based Warnock and Cringe Ossoff would be doing better if they ditched their individual campaigns and went with "If we win, your lives improve"? Possibly. It's really, really, really hard to say. I would be more critical of their respective policy positions and optics were it not for the fact that all I care about is them winning right now. If they lose or if they win, I would love to look retrospectively at their campaigns, but at the moment it is undeniable that they must win. And for that reason, I can't affect their advocacy, so my main concern is doing that. I want to discourage people from caring about this. Rusty Shackleford with the incredibly kind $50. Thank you so much, my dude. True, yeah, wouldn't want those rich people to have to clip a fingernail to atone for their sins. Dark Intuition, thank you very much for the $15. Jan Settler with a very kind €10. Listen, if I ever get an invitation to the Joe Rogan Experience, I'll do it. Okay, wouldn't hold my breath though. Hard Farter, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Lovely name that. Vapex Lapex, the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Nice meme yourself. Cosima Smith Windsor and Potential Fag Doc. Thank you both very much for the $5. Yeah, I have about 1,500 emails in the askvosh@gmail.com account. But I have to ignore most of them because most of you people don't listen to the rules. I say conservatives email me. If you have a question or disagreement, I'll address it on stream. And then all you lefties email me and you're all like, how do you feel you can recognize your belief in the necessity for building power in government with the lack of belief in Marxist-Leninist vanguard parties? I can tell when I'm being emailed by a conservative, okay? I'm not a fucking moron. I know when I'm being emailed by a conservative. Yeah, okay, I see the Crowder thing. Thank you, Red Matter. But anyway, yeah. So I can see about 1 in 20 emails is viable. Der von Kurenberg, tier 3 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. The Lax, the 7 Canadian. Destiny is terrified of COVID-19. It's just his Cuban DNA made him immune. Yeah, of course. Castro was one of the people involved in the production of COVID-19, so obviously he would make his own people immune. Owen Wheeler, Garbanzo, Dogma Lord, Trixie McEwen, and Brandon Fish, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. Really, really, really appreciate that, comrade. That's very, very kind of you. Tadell and 13 the Real Beastar 12, thank you very much for the 2 sub. Likewise, Lodrick, Antonia Nunez, thank you for the $5. Ahmo Chai with the $3. Thank you very much. Lotus with the 5. Vote for Legal Weed with the 420. Very nice. Mark Hauser 86 with the tier 1 sub. And T.Y. Johnson with the 3. Thank you very much for the donations, comrade. I really appreciate that. And okay, we're almost done with the Thanksgiving. We're going to finish with the donations that were given on the day of Thanksgiving, and then we're going to continue. Angel Brat 87 and Gomfork, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that, comrade. Folk 67 and Ajax, thank you both very much for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. HTTP Lovecraft with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Thank you very, very much. We'll get around to game streams eventually, comrade. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. And Aurora with a tier 4 sub. My dude, thank you. You deserve better. No one could get better than you. Semi Loken with the tier 4 sub as well. You people really hit me up with it here at the end of the Thanksgiving stream. Jesus. Ridding the filthy white name Ree. No anti-whiteness here, comrade. Rafflecopter Attack XPZ and Bat Canary. Thank you all very much for the $5. I really appreciate those, comrade. Terrible Flash Animation. Thank you for the $15. Hey, Voss, just subbed from Razor Fist and Styx Hexenhammer. Feel embarrassed to have ever been fans of those guys. I'm just surprised you could tell them apart, to be perfectly honest with you. Semi-Locan with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Asiano and Destrelov with the 1 gifted tier 1 sub each. Thank you very, very much. Harbor and the Mad Radlib with a tier 2 and tier 1 sub respectively. Landor Cities with a tier 3 sub. Thank you. I'm homebrewing a D&D setting and Alden is the highest god. Shut the fuck up. Josephu, Giga Chad, and Semi-Locan, thank you both for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Fred Mayer, Kerman Danielson, Nigel Fralicillo, Ajax, and Tomboy Nala. Thank you all so much for the $5. I really, really appreciate those, comrade. Okay. Oh my goodness. We're almost to the point where we can see donations from today. Whew! Let me blow my nose, then we'll get right to it. I need more tissue. 1 second. Yep. We're back, people. Don't get too excited. Oh, God. Yossi, we'll be going over that. Don't you worry. Okay. So, I feel like I haven't talked much about trans issues lately, and I mean, we have the election and stuff, but a little bit of bad news out of the United Kingdom, some very anti-scientific stuff from Turf Island. Yeah, I thought we could take a look at it. So, puberty blockers, under 16s, unlikely to be able to give informed consent. The NHS says that the clinic has suspended new referrals after pair, including woman who took blockers, win court case. Interesting. So let's take a look at this. Let's examine this this happening. Children under the age of 16 considering gender reassignment are unlikely to be mature enough to give informed consent to be prescribed puberty blocking drugs, the High Court has ruled. Even in cases involving teenagers under 18, doctors may need to consult the courts for authorization for medical intervention, 3 senior judges have ruled, in action brought against the Tavistock and Portman NHS Trust, which runs the UK's main gender identity development service for children. So, essentially, courts have ruled that under 16s can't give consent to hormone blockers, which seems a little bit strange considering hormone blockers are kind of sort of only really useful when you're younger. They block puberty, that's their job. So let's take a look further. Do they have the details of the court case here? Wow, do they really not? Well, that's okay. I remember the details. Essentially, the gist of it was that there was a lawsuit brought against the NHS saying that essentially it is to give under 16s puberty blocking hormones is coercive because you're essentially you're essentially forcing them into future treatment. That's the gist of it. And in the ruling, the courts have agreed that you shouldn't be able to give puberty blockers to under 16s. So the girl in the pic is in the article is a detransitioner who is now transphobic and actively tries to take away trans healthcare because she is and then you cut off. Does this person have any kind of media presence? Kira Bell began taking puberty blockers when she was 16 before detransitioning as an adult. Kira Bell has led The Rest Must Follow or Collude in Harm. Ooh, we got a lot of, we have a lot of weighted political language here in the article. News publication I am not familiar with. This week, Kira Bell stood on the steps of the High Court, victorious. She's the young woman who took the GIDS to court. She argued when she entered their care as a gender dysphoric young woman who had become convinced she could have been born a boy, the service should have challenged her more. Instead, she stepped onto a conveyor... Fuck off. A conveyor belt of affirmation that led to puberty suppressants, cross-sex hormones, and ultimately a double mastectomy. All of this she regrets. Fascinating. So the ultimate question here, basically, is about transitioning regret. That's the main question here. Fundamentally, it's if a kid goes on puberty blockers, to what extent are you leading them down a road they're going to regret? Now, hold on. Puberty blockers come with risks and permanent side effects. Everything comes with a risk, and everything comes with a side effect. The question is, are the consequences of puberty blockers severe enough to outweigh the good they can do? To which the answer is almost certainly no. And I'll talk about that. So, hold on. Vosh, I remember this case. The girl in question literally lied to a doctor and pretended to be suffering from conditions she knew she wasn't. She literally lied to the doctors. It is not even their fault in any way imaginable. Well, you should provide that information to me, if you could, because I would like to see it. So, what does it mean to transition? Well, transitioning, well, actually, you can transition a lot of ways. There's social transition, whatever. So, medical transition is when a person is giving hormones or, in some cases, surgery to better have their body match whatever their self-perception is. Phenomenal. Great. Fantastic. Now, transitioning medically is an involved process that I think should only be done with extensive psychiatric and medical support. There is a myth amongst transphobes that, like, you can just walk into a clinic as a 15-year-old and, like, walk out with HRT. That is not the case at all. In the United Kingdom and in the United States, there is an incredibly extensive process, especially if you're a minor, which requires the involvement of medical professionals, therapy, psychiatric assessments to begin the process of transitioning. So that's all well and good. The issue is that hormone blockers aren't a part of that process. You can get on hormone blockers easier than you can start gender transition. And a lot of people are concerned about that because they consider hormone blockers to be a component of gender transition. The problem with that is that it's objectively, factually not. There are so many lies about hormone blockers. First of all, hormone blockers have been prescribed to kids since the 1980s. Since the 1980s. And before, to varying extents. You know, types of medicine, it varies, of course. But the basic principle is that it was applied to people who had hormonal disorders. You know, if you had a kid and they had some sort of gigantic, swollen, bulging thyroid that was pumping muscle juice into their entire body, and, you know, their whole body's going to explode, their skin shrink wrapped around the swelling meat balloon, you give them some hormone blockers. You're like, hey, chill out. You know, useful. Are there side effects to hormone blockers? Well, there are some studies which seem to indicate a varying degree of reduction in bone density. Though what's interesting is not only is the extent of this bone density vastly overstated by many of these critics, but this difference in bone density actually gets worse the later you start hormone therapy or hormone block therapy. Meaning that if there's like a 12-year-old, whatever, goes on hormone blockers, that individual is going to suffer fewer consequences than a 15-year-old who starts hormone blockers. Now, I'm not a doctor. I can't speak to the medical specifics. I don't know why that is exactly, but it seems to be the case, pretty clear as day, which is interesting. You would think that the earlier you start hormone blockers, the more severe the consequences, but what are you going to do? Hormone blockers are so useful for the reasons that I'm about to outline. If a person is transgender, there's a decent likelihood that they feel something called gender dysphoria. Not all trans people do. A lot of them do, though. And gender dysphoria, we'll just use simple language here. Gender dysphoria, they're not happy with how they look, basically. Their body, give or take. They got some problems with it. Could be trans girl got a penis. Could be trans guy doesn't have a gigantic, thick, luxurious beard. Whatever the case may be. Medical transition is a huge component of addressing this. And the problem is, the more you deviate from your preferred body type, the more severe dysphoria is going to be down the line. And dysphoria has real consequences, okay? Very real consequences down the line. So let me give you, an example, all right? So if you were, let's say you're a trans girl, okay? You're a trans girl, but you're pre-everything, no transition. Now, if you were to start transitioning, if you were to want to get started in that process, and you wanted to look traditionally feminine, would you rather start that process after having undergone male puberty or not? Because while the circumstances vary, I would say a person who has not undergone male puberty is probably going to have an easier time dealing with that dysphoria than a person who looks, say, like me. Of course, it varies. There are some very masculine pre-transition trans women who ended up looking very feminine after transition being trans women. There's a lot of individual variants, but generally speaking, it seems to help. And puberty blockers are incredible in how effective they are at alleviating future medical and psychological problems. Now, a lot of people say this isn't like a worthwhile trade-off because like the violation of the consent of the kid. First of all, it takes a lot of medical intervention to get any of these processes started. Nobody's just walking in and out of a goddamn day clinic. Nobody's going in and out of an urgent care center off a $70 copay and walking out with hormone blockers or HRT, okay? The doctors are there for these steps. And I believe that these doctors should be held to a high standard of scrutiny. Because it is possible that there are doctors who are way too permissive with allowing young people to transition. That is a thing that can happen. It is a possibility. I think many accusations of that being the case by the right or by transphobes are unfounded, but it's a thing that can theoretically happen, so we should be careful. And I agree with us being careful. But right now, I don't think we're doing a bad job. And here's the reason why, motherfuckers. I brought you some data. Sorry. Abstract. A survey study of surgeons' experience with regret and/or reversal of gender confirmation surgeries. Essentially, the study is on the extent to which people regret transitioning. 46 surgeons responded to the survey. 67% of providers have been in practice for greater than 10 years in the US and Europe, and were asked to select a range representing the number of trans patients they have surgically treated, and this amounted to a cumulative number of approximately 23,000. 23,000 patients. Now that's the sample size. Treated by the cohort. 49% of respondents had never encountered a patient who regretted their gender transition or were seeking detransition care. 12 providers encountered one such patient, and the rest encountered more than one patient. This amounted to a total of 62 patients. So according to the surgeons who responded to this survey, 62 patients out of 23,000 claimed that they regretted some element of their transition or attempted a detransition or something to that effect. There were 13 patients who regretted chest surgery or detitification, and 45 who regretted genital surgery. Notice that the vast majority of those who did experienced regret for surgeries, not for hormone therapy. Surgeries are more serious. The composition of the patients who sought detransition is as follows: 16 trans men, 37 trans women, and 6 non-binary patients. The most common reason cited for detransition was change in gender identity. So they changed their mind, basically, which, I mean, fine, if they want to. Followed by rejection or alienation from family or social support. So 8 of them detransitioned just because of the backlash they got for transitioning, which is really sad. Difficulty in romantic relationships, also sad. Chronic post-operative pain was also cited as a reason for detransition. And then we have very disgusting descriptions of the potential negative consequences for genital surgery, which, to be fair, those are real things that can happen. You know, you're fucking around with dicks and balls down there, you know. Who knows the wacky consequences that can be. The point that I'm getting at is that detransitioning is exceptionally rare. Exceptionally rare. And sometimes when it happens, it's not even because there was really a mistake in the process. It's because of other things. A lot of people detransition because they don't have the money to continue hormone therapy anymore. TERFs would argue these numbers are underestimated because not every detransitioner reports back. Then it's on them to prove that. But they've consistently failed to. They have consistently failed to. The myth that trans people often regret their transition has always been exactly that. It has been a myth. There are some trans people who regret it, and in order to minimize that regret, we should do everything possible to ensure that trans people know what the fuck they're getting into before they transition. And that's why I'm okay with there being a bit of a delay in the process. It sucks, but I would much rather trans girl have to go through a prolonged medical process to begin transition than I would people being able to get into this process on a whim. We should be very careful about long-lasting medical procedures, especially with underage people. So the argument that hormone blockers are bad because trans people often regret transition is bunk. The argument that hormone blockers are bad because they have unknown long-term side effects, also undemonstrated, also factually untrue. The argument that it negates the consent of the child because they shouldn't be able to involve themselves in these medical procedures, that's not true. There are tons of medical procedures kids can do. You just have to make sure you're doing it to help them and not hurt them. There are tons of them. There are tons of people who get surgeries when they're kids, or who get what I'll tell you this: when people say stuff like a kid shouldn't be able to make decisions about that, that's because they think that transitioning is a cosmetic procedure. That's what they believe. That's the common argument. You can always tell from how they address it. You know, kids shouldn't be making decisions about stuff like that. They treat it like it's a tattoo, but it's not a tattoo. Properly handling gender dysphoria is something which could conceivably abet or severely worsen medical conditions down the line. It has a huge effect on psychiatric care down the line. It's not cosmetic. There are cosmetic elements to it, but it is not cosmetic. Transitioning saves lives. So the cosmetic argument doesn't work. Kids can get tattoos. Yeah, but it's irrelevant because we're not talking cosmetics here. We're talking about whatever medical procedures best help the health of the kid or of just adult trans people. A lot of people approach this from a highly ideological perspective, but to me, I just follow the research. The research right now seems pretty confident that hormone blockers are a helpful tool in setting underage people up potentially to transition. However, they're reversible, so even if you get off them hormone blockers, you're fine down the line. You're all good. If it turns out there was a bunch of data showing that there were real negative consequences to giving hormone blockers to young people, I would advocate against them. In fact, you can hold me to that, and I'll say it right here. If there is some big extensive meta-analysis on hormone blockers, and it turns out that maybe actually the bone density thing is a really huge problem, or maybe it turns out that the positive effects were overstated, I will stop supporting them. And I will call out people who still support them in spite of that evidence. 100%. I don't have some ideological predisposition to as many people being trans as possible. I just want people to be happy and healthy. That's it. And right now that points towards the hormone blocker thing. The argument used in this court case are insane. That children can't consent to medical procedures. This is factually incorrect. That we do this all the time, as long as it's done responsibly. And the idea that accepting hormone blockers means you have to transition later, this is also not the case. So it's a foolish court ruling that I feel is inspired more by ignorance and fear than one which is inspired by the current academic literature on the subject. But of course, people who have problems with trans people don't tend to be motivated by the academic literature. We have some sort of account from a person who was there. There's only one trans journalist covering the major court case about trans people and puberty blockers. I first covered this case in January. It's been brought against the GIDS. By Mrs. A, the anonymous mother of a 16-year-old trans child. Wait, in the UK, you can file lawsuits and be anonymous? Is that allowed? Wait, can you do that in the US? She wants to prevent taking puberty blockers. And Kira Bell, a 23-year-old woman who took puberty blockers age 16 and now regrets that decision. Hormone blockers do what the name suggests. One of the arguments the court heard against puberty blockers relies on a study of sheep. Yes, really, Jeremy Hyam QC, the barrister for Mrs. A and Kira Bell, claimed puberty blockers affect neurological development of children, and his evidence for this was based on emerging evidence in sheep. Ah, so that's what the people in chat were saying earlier. There were people in chat who were saying, like, what affects neurological development? This must be where they got it from, the sheep thing. Hold on. Bosch, master's student studying bioethics here. We do allow adolescents to consent to some limited procedures, such as birth control, but the vast majority use a standard of medical assent, not consent. Yeah, of course. That's what I've been saying. You need medical, you want doctors and therapists and psychiatrists to be following. What I would like ideally is that if a child is demonstrating like gender dysphoric tendencies, that they should be paired up with a therapist who specializes in this sort of thing, and that you could be with them for a long time, 6 months, a year, and, you know, you can work with them and with other psychiatric professionals to eventually arrive at some consensus about your health. That's what we do already, to an extent. Like, we already basically do that in the US and the UK. So I don't just mean consent like the kid wants it. I mean, like, the medical professionals around them have to agree to it. Bosch, I can vouch that Bell's story is bullshit. Gender care in the UK does actually properly question you and hold at least 4 months between initial assessment and HRT. Yeah, that's why they do that. The reason they do that is to make sure that it's not on a whim. Personally, I showed the slightest hesitation. They gave me additional psychotherapy and aid before they let me access HRT. This was at age 17, and they're significantly more critical of you if you're under 16. Yeah, because if you're 17 in the UK, you're an adult, right? Their age of consent's 16 in the UK. So at 17, you're legally an adult there? Is that how it works? Or is the age of consent different from the age of majority? The age of majority is still 18 over there? 18, you're an adult. Okay, so 18. So even more so under 16. Okay, gotcha. Those trying to block trans kids' healthcare crowdfunded about £100,000 to fund this case against Tavistock. Okay. Only 161 trans kids were referred for puberty blockers last year. Puberty blockers aren't even used that much. I know, I mean, you know, it's the UK, not the US or whatever. But yeah, puberty blockers aren't like a super common medical procedure. They're usually only deployed when there's like a tremendous consensus that it's good to do. Vosh, master student again. I agree and can't fit my longer point in the chat limit, but basically the best argument against this ruling IMO is that hormone blockers sit very comfortably within the range of procedures that would be appropriate using the pediatric best interest standard for surrogate medical decision making. Yeah, to everything that I've read, that does sound correct. The hearing was plagued by technical difficulty. I don't know what this refers to. This article seems fairly biased. I'd be interested in reading more about this sheep thing. Yeah, probably Zoom issues. Well, sure, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, the point that I'm getting at right now, is that currently the standard of care for young people, excuse me, looking to get gender affirming care or hormone blockers seems to be it seems to be fine in the US or the UK. Arguably, it's not good enough in the sense that it's too strict. In the UK, for example, I know that there are incredibly stringent limitations and restrictions on, you know, the conditions necessary to engage in medical transition. But the idea that, like, kids are just walking out of doctors' offices getting their hormones blocked, no, it's not true. It's not true at all. And from what I can see, this Kira Bell individual doesn't seem to be so much a disaffected individual as they are a figurehead for anti-transgender political activism in the UK. womensplaceuk.org. I like that. If you type in Kira Bell, the 5th site down is undeniably a TERF site. womensplaceuk.org. Jesus. The Economist. Yeah. Children under 16, gender 4, unlikely to be able to give informed consent to undergo treatment with puberty blocking drugs. 3 high court judges have ruled. She argued the clinic should have challenged her more over her decision to transition to a male as a teenager. That argument is not the same as the argument that the court ruled on. Even if she believes she personally didn't receive a good enough standard of care, that's not an argument against the general ability to prescribe hormone blockers. It's doubtful a child age 14 or 15 can understand away the long-term risks and consequences of the administration of puberty blockers. Well, that's why they're reversible. If they weren't reversible, nobody would ever prescribe them. They would be way too dangerous. There was somebody in chat earlier who said that this individual lied. Is there any evidence of that? Any evidence this individual lied to the doctors? Maybe try Googling Kira Bell lie. You know what? Sure. Let's try Kira Bell lied to doctors. Thank you for suggesting that. I do have Google. Gender GP statement in response to Kira Bell versus Tavistock. No, that's not it. We just looked at that one. This is the Daily Mail. What I don't understand is the claim that keeps getting made in these articles is that Kira Bell wasn't challenged enough by her doctors, but the ruling for the court has nothing to do with it. The ruling for the court, what? Fuck you. The ruling for the court isn't about being challenged enough. The ruling for the court is about informed consent from minors to have puberty blockers. So I don't know why they keep bringing that up. A barrister's take on this? Cringe. I think this guy might be British. Oof. Lawyer's commentary on the ruling. Very disturbing development. The High Court today. Yeah. The arguments for all of this seem extremely shaky. I sincerely doubt, by the way, that this court ruling will stand for very long. How do you deal with people that dismiss trans people as mentally ill? It's irrelevant. Even if you think that being trans is mentally ill, the only goal for a medical professional is how do we maximize good and minimize harm. That's it. That's your only job. That's it. There's no other job. That's the only one. So even if you think all trans people are crazy mentally or whatever, if it turns out that prescribing hormone blockers and, you know, gender affirming care, if it leads to positive outcomes, then that's it. That's the argument right there. That's all you got to do. Why do we call them Britbongers? I don't even know. I don't even know why we call them Britbongers. I do not even know. I've been on the waiting years for 7 years currently. They refused to put me further because wasn't sure. They're holding it against me. Yeah, here's my suggestion. If you're trans, get out of the fucking UK. If you can, move out of the UK. Swim across the English Channel to France, or wait for an international incident and you board your military vessels and jump off into the Atlantic and swim over to Ellis Island, okay? Yeah, or go to Ireland. Yeah. What are the Irish? What are they on with trans people? Are they okay? Are they better? Are they worse? How are they doing? Ireland is worse? It's not surprising to me. They're all Catholics over there, right? They're probably fairly conservative. Yeah. Worse? Okay. Not to Ireland then. Sorry. Canada kind of sucks. Well, to be fair, none of these places are good for trans people. There aren't any countries that are like great for trans people. We're working on it though. Oh yeah, maybe Scotland. I don't know. Is this legal ruling? Is it for all the UK or is it just for that branch of the NHS? And follow up, does that branch of the NHS operate in Scotland? I genuinely don't know. NHS in Scotland is a separate entity? Oh, nice. Well, then you can go to Scotland, people. Liberate Scotland. Yeah, get out of there. What a tortured segment. Whew. Somebody said John Doyle was bitching about this. John Doyle, how are you doing, my friend? Let's see. Betrayal from the GOP, heck off, commie. Oh, I want to comment on that. Oh, I don't see anything from John Doyle. Oh, I want to do it. Betrayal from the GOP. I love it. Oh, if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, we are 116 subscribers away from 300,000. So you should subscribe. Wouldn't that be crazy if we hit 300K this stream? I think that'd be crazy if we could do that. Personally, I think that'd be nice, but I'm biased. I don't know. You know, maybe. I think it'd be lovely. It'd make me happy. So you could be the 300,000 subscriber. If you're not currently subscribed, I know many of you are, of course. Hold on. I just want to see. I want to take a peek at the betrayal from the GOP thing. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do a proper long viewer call-in stream for 300K when my throat is definitely very good. You know? Kira Bell thread. Okay, I'll take a look at this shortly. At the end of the day, transphobes also boil down to the exact same arguments about like predatory, like you're a pedophile, whatever. It's the same shit they said about gay people. Exact same shit. No, I didn't hit 300K. That's just the YouTube rounding it up. I'll let you know when I've hit 300K. Don't worry. Corbin segment when? Every time I'm asked that, I push it back even further. Eat shit. Okay, let me see. What does this look like?
Do you ever wonder why things just keep getting worse?
Sorry, folks. Mic audio malfunctioned. I did the best I could with the camera audio. Man, you can't re-record?
Do you ever wonder if it ever gets any better? Why is it that Republicans keep winning elections and yet the country keeps moving farther to the left? Like every decade, we get more of the same, regardless of public opinion and regardless of the supposed victories of the Republican Party in terms of winning elections. And I'm not even talking about the post-war neoliberal paradigm that we've talked about recently with mass immigration, endless wars, sending jobs overseas. I'm talking about specifically within the Republican Party, despite insane amounts of financial backing from good Americans such as yourselves, despite a very clear outline of why we are electing them to represent us, as evidenced especially through President Trump having a 95% approval rating in his party, and it is his party, we still get more gun control. We still pour trillions of dollars into nothing, which makes you and I...
But Trump was the one who put the gun control. Trump was the one who pushed the gun control. He did the bump stock ban. Wait, why are you're acting as though there's some difference between Trump's policies and the liberalization of the GOP? He's the one who did that.
Debt slaves for the rest of our lives, paying off debt for bullshit that no one agreed to and that was lobbied for by multinational corporations. Literally just a state-facilitated transfer of wealth from us to them. Housing...
Wait, what policy is he referring to here?
You and I debt slaves for the rest of our lives, paying off... Why we are electing them to represent us, as evidenced especially through President Trump having a 95% approval rating in his party, and it is his party, we still get more gun control. We still pour trillions of dollars into nothing, which...
Doyle is a wannabe Ben Shapiro. No, Doyle is a wannabe Nick Fuentes. Doyle is 100% either a white nationalist or a neo-Nazi. He's not like a Ben Shapiro type at all.
Makes you and I debt slaves for the rest of our lives, paying off debt for bullshit.
What is he referring to here? Debt slaves to corporate... Like, we are debt slaves to corporations, but like, what is he referring to? The GOP has always been a corporatist, anti-worker party. Where's the...
of dollars into nothing, which makes you and I debt slaves for the rest of our lives, paying off debt for bullshit that no one agreed to and that was lobbied for by multinational corporations. Literally just a state-facilitated transfer of wealth from us to them. Housing costs are out of control. The cost of a college education is out of control. And even...
Wait, does he think these are things the GOP is traditionally against?
Our kids, they're going to college, they're being taught to hate their country, they're going to public school, they're being taught the same thing. Money is taken out of your paycheck every week to subsidize the indoctrination of your children into future generations. It becomes harder for young people to grow up in a stable, healthy environment, get a job, start a family. Every decade this happens. Like, how do you plan to conserve the country if you are not incentivizing and enabling young people to start families? Like, what are you even trying to conserve? And the answer is actually nothing. They're not trying to conserve anything because the GOP...
Yeah, this is a Groyper America First neo-Nazi line. Conservatives aren't trying to conserve anything. They're just more corporatist shills. We're the ones who want to conserve white America, that sort of thing. He's not so close. He's a Nazi. This is identical to Nazi rhetoric. He's not so close to anything. He's very far.
GOP is a political abomination. I have contempt for them. I abhor them.
Okay, but Trump is also doing all of this. Like he's like, the GOP is responsible for all of these. Like, Trump is doing all of this. How can you say Trump is the GOP and then Trump passes gun control and engages in deficit spending, but then you blame the GOP for not respecting Trump's wishes to not do that?
I think the degree to which they have betrayed their voters over the course of, let's say, the last 35 years amounts to nothing less than a crime.
I'd love to talk to Doyle sometime. I would love to talk to Doyle sometime. Oh, God, this kid got so stupid. Back when Doyle first started doing the videos, there was like a glimmer, I think, of intelligence in that. But the further Nazi he went, he lost it all, dude. It's all gone. It all came tumbling down, tumbling down.
The righteous, what is it? The righteous hates falsehood, but the wicked brings shame and disgrace. Yeah, we're going to go over how the GOP has betrayed its voters in terms of President Trump, and even recently in the Senate with unanimously voting to sell out American workers. I'm going to name all of the Republicans who I will never support again in any capacity. I'd advise you to do the same. We're going to talk about the future of American conservatism, why this is actually a good thing for us, and even something that we sort of predicted a while back. You know, we'll not break our arm patting ourselves on the back.
Nazis are the Republican Bernier busters.
But do stay tuned.
All right, I don't care.
Actually, the vast majority of the time.
Audio's
we as the
trash.
right like to point the finger across the aisle and criticize the left for whatever they're doing, rightfully so. But the problem with that is that it presupposes that action is being taken by those on our side with the power to do so, which is then what enables us to focus all of our energy. Finger because he was operating the slide of his pistol so much. This is the best gift for yourself and for the people in your life who you care about. Perfect for getting people interested in guns. Perfect for sharpening your... Exactly. With the iTarget Pro dry fire laser training. No cope shields required, and that's exactly what the iTarget Pro dry fire laser training system does. Competitive shooters train like this. Our police train like this. Military, they train like this. And most importantly, my uncle trains like this. You're in good company. I sent him one. He used it so much the first night that he wore the skin off his finger because he was operating the slide of his pistol so much. This is the best gift for yourself and for the people in your life who you care about. Perfect for getting people interested in guns. Perfect for sharpening your skills, really establishing that muscle memory. I cannot say enough good things about this system. Comes in all your standard calibers, so...
Okay, the mic's working now, I think.
Be sure to go to itargetpro.com. Use coupon code Doyle for 10% off plus free shipping. That is itargetpro.com.
You're not making money off me, boyo.
So the point is that we have constructed this series of exhausted and manufactured political victories for ourselves, which enable the conservative leadership to make a lot of money from us while ceding ground on virtually every issue, which is why, as you can probably tell...
Yeah, it's like, if you think about it, it's almost like the GOP... doesn't actually give a fuck about its voters. The only thing that he's not really drawing the connection to is that Trump also doesn't give a fuck about his voters. And that Trump and the Republican Party have been in line like the whole time. A lot of delusional fucking cope MAGA hats seem to be under the impression that the Trump administration's will is different from like the will of the GOP. Dude, they've been in lockstep like this whole time. I'll tell you this much. The GOP cooperates with Trump infinitely more than the Democrats have ever cooperated with their fucking president. Like, he lockstep. They support him all the time. They support everything he does.
We haven't actually defeated communism or socialism or what have you. It's actually sort of a false flag, to be honest with you. We've talked about this before briefly, and I want to say somewhat on track here, but the point is that what Donald Trump represents at his core is a transition of power away from the political establishment that has sold out the American people back to the American people. And
except he did everything the Republican Party did, continued all the same pro-corporatist, pro-military industrial complex policies.
that's why we knew that he was going to face obstacles even after he was elected, because in order to drain the swamp, you actually have to work with and within the swamp, which is an incredibly tough thing to do. And that's why...
the cope. The cope. How do these people live day in and day out, dude? It's so sad. Every failure of Trump's is actually because every other force in the universe was working against him. Anytime Trump makes a mistake, it's because he was deceived by the deep state Jewish cabal or whatever. His whole fucking administration is packed with warhawks, establishment GOP types, and corporatists. And they're like, well, Trump was deceived by the deep state when he appointed literally all of these fucking people who he ended up firing later because he disagreed with them. If the GOP wanted Trump gone, why wouldn't they have just voted for him to be impeached in the Senate? They literally could have done it. They could have done it right there. But every single, all the Republicans, except for Mitt Romney, they all voted against it. If they wanted him gone, they could have impeached him. They didn't, because they don't want him gone, because they're in lockstep. The GOP benefits from Trump, and the Trump benefits from the GOP. He's not anti-establishment. Tim Pool said this too. What establishment is Donald Trump anti? What establishment is he anti? Let's go over it. Is he anti-China? No. He's complimented Xi Jinping. The only time he really started criticizing China was when it came down to the tariffs and COVID-19. But he was religiously praising Xi Jinping, and he's done nothing to oppose China's growth through multilateral trade agreements at all. What about corporatism? He's given massive tax cuts to the wealthy and Deregulated industries further so corporations can make more money off the backs of hardworking American proletarians. What about anti-government power? Well, considering he brags about how he's the president and he has unlimited power and he's abused the executive functions of his office repeatedly, going as far as to declare a national emergency and send military down to the southern border to build the wall, I'd say he's not exactly anti-federal power very much. He seems to be pro-government power as long as he's the one wielding it. What establishment is he against exactly? The establishment that he's against, and it's not really an establishment, is racial and gender equality. That's it. When they say anti-establishment, they mean he's anti-PC. It's political correctness. That's the establishment he's anti. But that's it. That's what they've got. He's anti-establishment because he's boorish, rude, stupid, and bigoted. That's it. But he's not anti, like, real establishments. Yeah, they'll say he's anti-establishment because he's not polite. You know why Trump doesn't get along with all these fucking Wall Street East Coast billionaires? It's not because Donald Trump is some sort of maverick using his wealth for the betterment of the country. It's because Donald Trump's a fucking boorish idiot who they probably know would be groping their daughter if he left them alone with her for fucking 5 minutes, okay? Dude was deep friends with Epstein, okay? Like, the reason he's disliked is probably because he's a boorish lout. Because he's an asshole. That doesn't make him better than them. But they'll do and say anything. I feel like this is some Weekend at Bernie's shit. The fucking Nazi far right whatever. Where like Trump isn't a vessel for your anti-establishment interests. Trump is a narcissistic clown. But you'll throw him up as anything. Trump could die. He'll be your martyr forever. You'll say anything. You'll ascribe anything to him as long as you get to keep the train going, you know? I don't know why I'm wasting all my time looking at this, because this isn't a segment.
You had people in his own administration who were, and now they're cementing that betrayal of President Trump. Trump wants because they do not care.
Why is the end card like 5 minutes?
And by extension, that's how you help us take the culture back. You can laugh, but it's true. We're effective. We're excited for the undercard fight, Rubio versus me. Career power yet, you know? Hey guys, if you like this video, leave it a thumbs up, leave it a comment, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and then of course, share the video with a friend. That's how you help the channel grow, and by extension, that's how you help us take the...
I feel like you could just re-record it. If the audio fucked up, why not just re-record it? Okay, hold on. We're going to run through some donos, and then we're going to talk about another thing. Ooh. By the way, we are presently 47 subscriptions away from 300,000. Can you imagine getting any closer? Can you even fathom how close we've gotten? Look at that. You could be the 300,000th. You could be the 300,000th people. Be the change you want to see in the world. Okay? And ring the bell. Akason, Jaime, Tronald Dump, Tyler, Destrelov, Tane, Fizzy Dan, Bob Colin, Bender, Cognician, and Arachnidus. Thank you all so much for the tier 1 subs, comrade. I really appreciate that. You're all laying it out for me here at the beginning of the day, or the gap between the two streams. Arcelia and Tyler, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind tier 2 sub. Thank you. Asayano, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Jesus Christ, that is incredibly kind of you. I really appreciate that. Excel Hissa with the tier 4 sub. Destiny is utter trash. My God, what a fall to watch. Wait, what are we referring to? Is this the Demon Mama drama? This feels unprompted. Excuse me. God. I didn't catch all of that. Thank you very much. Who the fuck is Pokimane? It's a video game where you catch little animals or whatever. Lotus and Rub Your Chicken. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Dear Chef and Maddie Shan. Thank you both so much for the incredibly kind $10. I really, really appreciate that. When do you find the time to keep up to date in your research? Oh, I'm so behind. Election plus sickness is obliterated. just obliterated my scheduling, you know? But I'm self-employed, so I can carve out whatever time I want, you know? Heracorn, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Arachnid, thank you for the $2. Cosmothulu, thank you for the $5. Lucretius, thank you for the 5 Canadian. The whitest Mexican on the block, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $20. Your videos have been helping me keep my mind off my abusive ex. I hope I can continue to do that, comrade, because that seems like a good thing. A good thing for me to be able to do. So hopefully that pattern keeps up, comrade. Jinx Doe with the incredibly kind, god damn it, $50 donation. I really appreciate that, comrade. Vosh, please highlight the 250 million worker general strike that happened in India. Got your video out, comrade. I never miss. I never miss. Oh, there's a throat lozenge. I never miss. You're welcome. Thank you so much for the $50, mate. I really appreciate that. Sky Chess and Hacks in the Epic, thank you both very much for the $5. Arctic with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. That's really kind of you, comrade. Thank you very, very much. Kronstop and their chef, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. You're immortalized in this YouTube segment, Kronstop, but not during a, well, not during a proper segment, but during a stream at least. VivCake764, thank you for the $15. Happy holidays to you too. Corlix with the incredibly kind $10. Well done on being a class trader, comrade. Nicely done. Can you shout out my clients, Julie and Pedro, as they head to Las Vegas for their wedding? Your channel came up in conversation during consultation. It was genuinely amazing to meet fellow Vosh viewers IRL. Wait, you met fellow Vosh viewers during a consult for wedding planning? That is amazing. I can't imagine that coming up. Gotta say, by the way, don't know if I would bring up my channel with clients. Just have to say, maybe a good rapport was built, you know? But that's amazing. Do a Vosh-themed wedding, you know? What's the harm, huh? What's the harm? You all say 300K, but I have an accurate tally on my end, and it hasn't updated yet, so I can't see if it's 300K. I'll join you in celebration if it says so, okay? Jeremy Banks, thanks to the 5 Canadian. Jonathan with the 25 kroner, thank you. Yes, I have followed old Kyle tweets. Candace Acker with the incredibly kind $100 donation. That is so fucking kind of you. This is from 2 days ago, I believe. Even though you're talking crap about us YouTube vouchers, I've started watching during your absence from live streams and love listening to you. This dono goes to an appropriate desk for you. Learned about you through Deepak, so I figure I'll give in. Hey! Deepak's a cool dude. Sure, we disagree on some stuff, but if nothing else, he's pretty darn funny. Thank you. I really appreciate that, comrade. I promise you I'll order that desk today, which is what I've been telling myself every day for weeks. And hey! We had 300K, baby! 300K, woo! We got it, baby. 300,000. At the beginning of the year, we weren't even 50,000, and now we're at 300,000. What a spectacular rise. Truly, class mobility is real in the United States of America. 300,000. Let's fucking go, people. Let's go. Thank you all so much for making this possible. But this is only the beginning. In a year, we will look back at this point in time and we will think, 300,000. That's amusing. That's funny. That's a joke. The idea of having only 300,000 subs, it's comedy to me. That's what we're going to do, people. That's what we're going to do. Thank you. You got me. Somnio Static with a very kind $50. Thank you. True Vosh Live. Pessimist with the tier 4 sub. Thank you. Likewise. Awex Doogie Cloud. Thank you both for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Aethermancer with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Dangle Bangle, Dapany, Awesome09, and Cock Owl Win. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Really appreciate that, comrade. Tom Zerbekanzan. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. I appreciate the offer, comrade. If you want to have conversations like that, you got to talk with my content manager. I'm fine just having my stuff up on YouTube. Freddie Taylor Bell, thank you for the £10. Derek L with the incredibly kind $20. I remember that. Thompson Co. with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. My goodness. You people. What's up? Oh, yeah? Double baby? Bring it. Well, the second baby.
Her other sweater. She's sleepy.
Sleepy. Bingus, but less pretty. Sleepy. Feet. Ugly. Ooh. She's very warm. Yeah. Generally speaking, smaller animals, well, smaller mammals are warmer, but mammals tend to have fur, so you can't really feel it. But since she doesn't, she's like a little boiler. Wee. Sleepy. All right, here you go. Let's run through a few more donos, and then we'll talk about some more stuff. Wouldn't that be fun? Inky Bingy 2K, thank you very much for the $10. Haven't heard of that. D Dusk, thank you for the $8. Really appreciate that. Licorice with the $15. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that comment, but I'm afraid I can't share links like that. I get a lot of requests for shout-outs to GoFundMes and the like, and I have to be ubiquitous in my response. It's an unfortunate part of my job, but it needs to be done. Xander Hall, Siege, Perilous, and Darjaw, thank you very much for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. X Corvus 777. I remember catching that dono last stream, comrade. Thank you very, very much. Sake Tanuki. I caught that dono. I remember that. Caught that dono. Remember that. Pumpkin Eater 69. Gilberto Rodella. Pertho. Benjamin Waters. Thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. I really, really appreciate that, comrade. More viewers than Biden, yeah. Siege Perilous, Ted Kaczynski, and Simmons. Thank you very much for the $5. Will you watch the full Trump speech? No, it's just boring, dude. All of the Trump speeches, all the administration shit, it's all so fucking boring now. It's like, it's the same shit over and over and over again. It's just bitching and moaning, and then they repeat the same debunked bullshit that was addressed the day of the election, you know? Sweet Baby Jeb, thank you very much for the $10. Happy to entertain. AOC said she hasn't ruled out doing porn. Something tells me that the link to that would not be contained within a YouTube video. Nice try. Comrade Marcelin, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Maybe Cena Leon with the 10 Canadian. Thank you very, very much. Estelle Espero and Argot Air, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. Unverified, thanks to the $3. President Sunday, that's true, comrade. Lazy Gales, thank you both very much for the $5. Tax Doc, thank you for the $10. Yeah, I saw the Atlanta Sidney Powell Linwood press conference. It's just boring. It's boring. It's all so boring. It's all the same. We have affidavits and no one's taking us seriously and, you know? Honestly. Ryujin, thank you very much for the $10. Afraid I'm not taking callers at the moment, but then this dono's outdated, so, you know. Somniostatic, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Good. Oh, there were 3 donations here. My goodness. They asked her if she felt comfortable doing her job without police backup, and she refused. Her entire union refused. One lady chose to do it, and she got held hostage and nearly killed. So I have no idea how to feel about police mental illness right now. Police shootings, ill people bad, though. Interesting. So I understand why social workers would want police escorts for mental health checkups. The one time they did it without a police escort, they got held as a hostage. That is remarkably unfortunate. It'd be an interesting thing to look into. Hmm? What's happening? Something's happening. Acting Power, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $25. Defund the police. The only thing I think would be effective is if some city creates a social worker model we can hold up as an example of what we want. Yeah, Camden, New Jersey is the easy one, but they're on and off about that one. Slice Z, Orange Mango, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Comrade, Felt Sheriff with $15. What can I do to have a conversation with you off stream if possible? I'm afraid I don't do conversations off stream, Comrade. I used to have more free time to talk with people about whatever, you know, like on Discord, like I hop in, but now it's just not really possible. White Nervosa, are you in chat presently? We have found a bug. Not a bug, I guess. A formatting issue. Dude, we're getting all the babies today. Guys, are you ready for a blast from the past? Face. Camera. Camera, focus. Camera. Baby. It's a monkey. Yeah, the original dumb babies. So we've had many. Get what your facing. There we go. Focus. There we go. Focus. Kinda. There we go. Little butt. Yeah, censored. Yeah, this is an atheist's grandpa. They're very squishy. They're great pets. We just have cats now. They take up all our time.
And they bother the geckos.
Yes, true. Very true. True. Okay. Is White Nervosa in chat? I can't really tell. With the gifted group subs, the only thing I see is a person's name and then 1 next to it. So White Nervosa 1, Horsme 1, Mythaldu 1, Doglick 1, Treearm 1. I don't know if these people are the recipients or the deliverers of the gifted tier 1 subs. I think I shouted out most of the people who did the gifted tier 1 subs, so I don't feel terribly bad about it. But it should probably say, yeah, like blank gifted so many, you know? But you know that, just, that's the problem with me not helping you test stuff out the other day. Semi-Locon, Bug Girl 93, and Semi-Locon again, along with Sam D. Thank you very much for the gifted 2-1 subs. I really appreciate that. 85D2D Derek and Inverted J, thank you both very much for the tier 2 sub. That's very, very kind of you. Casper Christiansen and Dango Bangle, thank you both very much for the $5. Could you please critique the arguments in Scarcela's video about Elliot Page? Oh, God. What the fuck does Scarcela have to say about Elliot Page? Oh, it's the TERF thing. Why are we losing all of our biological woman lesbians? Non-binary, queer, and other labels are being used. Dude, TERFs are so fucking obnoxious. We're losing all our lesbian genocide. Oh, God. Atalanta, fuck offline chatters, okay? This is my goddamn chat. Unknown German guy, thank you very much for the gifted tier 2 sub. I can't really tell. It's hard for me to tell how it's formatted. David Pena, thanks for the $10. The boy, Hunter Avalone, my dude. Congrats on 300K. It seems like just yesterday you were 13K channel I was beefing with. They grow up so fast. Sniff. Ah, dude, I hope your Thanksgiving went well. I miss you, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hope we can talk soon. Though admittedly, my schedule is horrendously backed up because of the 3 weeks that I didn't stream, so we'll we'll have to see. Hydronal, I have listened to some Ken Ashcorp music. That is true. My goodness. A Flat Cap and Brian Dorashuk, thank you both very much for the $5. Really, really appreciate that, comrade. Hell Barrett and Sleep Me Now, thank you both likewise for the $5. Yeah, of course, Tim Pool's always going to steer the conversation to the subjects he's most comfortable with, but I'll do the same thing, so I can't really fault him for that. That's just the name of the game. Nuance is Dead, thank you very much for the $10. As a conservative viewer, I want people to know us conservatives must stand strong and show the Republican part that we mean business by abstaining from taking part in the Georgia special elections. Goddamn right, comrade. That is the only way the cucked-ass rhino GOP is ever going to start representing the good old-fashioned, hard, earnest, strong, thick, tight, juicy American people. And that is if you do not vote Republican in the Georgia runoffs. It's the only way. It's true. It's the only way. You wouldn't want them to get complacent, would you? No, you wouldn't, of course. Yeah, even better, vote Democrat. That'll show them. That'll show them. They'll get real mad. They'll get achingly mad. They'll get seethingly mad. Vosh, I was promised MAGA cope. Is not every one of our streams a MAGA cope stream now? That's the question I have for you. But sure. We're going to take a quick look at this one. I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow and the day after, but so we got a lot to look at, people. Elliot Page comes out as trans, now Elliot Page. Nice try, Scarcela. You're not going to get me to dead name no respected celebrity actors. I woke up too early in the morning for you, dipshit.
We did it. We lost another lesbian, guys. I was filming content for my OnlyFans page. Subscribe if you haven't already. I was filming content for my OnlyFans page, and I got flooded with messages from you guys telling me that the person formerly known as Ellen Page is now going by Elliot Page. They now go by he, they pronouns. They came out as trans. Let's see what's up. Hi, friends. I want to share with you that I am trans. My pronouns are he and they, and my name is Elliot. I can't begin to express how remarkable it feels to finally love who I am enough to pursue my authentic self. I love that I am trans, and I love that I am queer. And the more I hold myself close and fully embrace who I am, the more I dream, the more my heart grows, and the more I thrive. Thank you for reading this. All my love, Elliot. My response is based.
Since Scarcela is about to be all sorts of transphobic, I think it's really funny how Elliot's little come out piece there's like nothing in it you can attack. It's nothing but love and care and self-affirmation. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, there's a reason Scarcela is only using they instead of he here.
Basically this. If he is truly trans, good for fucking him. There is still a huge issue at large. And that is, why are we losing all of our lesbians? Why are we not seeing this trend as frequently with gay men? I said this to Elliot on Twitter. Much respect for the Elliot Page for coming.
Wait. Hold on. There are plenty of young guys who are into guys who then realize they're trans girls. Hold on. Wait. First of all, you're not losing trans women. This is like the white people's version of white genocide, okay? Like white genocide is when white people exist and nobody's hurting them, but also there are other people. Nobody's hurting the lesbians, okay? But first of all, there are plenty. So the big issue here, why aren't there gay men complaining about where all the gay guys are going? The issue is, there are. As somebody who's familiar enough with the dog shit arguments used by dumb fuck queer people like Ariel Scarcela, there are gay men who resent the increase in popularity of trans women, or of the transitioning to women. Because a lot of people who are now trans women 50 years ago would have just presented as extremely depressed Twinkie gay men. that those arguments exist. There are people doing that. They're wrong too. Just let people live their lives. Jesus. Why do you think it's a more prominent thing for women, though? Because most TERFs are women, and TERFs are loud. If there were more, gay men who disingenuously adopt progressive rhetoric to attack trans people, then you'd see the same problem equally reflected. But TERFs, who are, by the way, not feminists. Let's be real here, okay? Ariel Scarcela, Trump supporter, conservative. AOC is literally Hitler. I present my lesbianism only in a way when it can be fetishized by my largely male audience. Ariel Scarcela is not exactly a shining beacon of women's liberation here. TERFs don't give a fuck about women. TERFs don't give a fuck about feminism. TERFs are just here to hate. Usually, the sad thing is, TERFs are usually cis women who have been sexually abused or assaulted, internalized a deep hatred and disgust of people who they consider biologically male, and then assign those negative characteristics to anybody else with a penis. You know? That's usually how it is. Like, you want to talk about feels and reels, almost all of the like TERF shit I've seen online is rooted in some kind of, isn't that reductive? I don't think so. Unironically, I don't think so. I actually think that's a huge part of it. And I know that's true because ContraPoints said it. Has ContraPoints ever been wrong? No. ContraPoints talked about how a lot of TERFs in the video she did on TERFs, many of them are inspired by abuse or assault they experienced in their youth, which led to them hating or distrusting men. And the reason they hate and distrust men is because they assign predatory intent to people with the physiology and the hormones of men. And they think trans women also share those negative characteristics. That's like a super common thing. Now, is that the case for every TERF? Of course not. But it's definitely a general trend. I don't know if Ariel Scarcela's had any experiences that would have led to her believing that or feeling that way. I don't know how it works with regards to her, but that is a common trend with TERFs. And the problem is you can't really argue against that, can you? I mean, if a person's traumatized from abuse, you can't really be like, actually, they're women, so they're not the same. In reality, it's essential to not ascribe, essentialist ideas to any group of people, because of their identity or because of their presentation or demographics or whatever.
Coming out as trans. I still wonder, though, where are all the lesbians going? Two things can be true at once. One, some people are actually trans. Two, some lesbians are internally misogynistic and want to be anything other than a woman.
Do you really think there are a lot of lesbians doing that? That they hate being a woman so much that they transition to being a guy? Do you really think that's like a thing? Like, so wait, if you hate being a woman, isn't that kind of like a strong indicator that you're trans? Like, that's kind of like a weird framing too. Like, if you hate so internally misogynistic can mean a lot of things. You mean internally misogynistic as in you believe that women are described by their appearance and makeup and hair and bullshit, and you're a butch lesbian woman and you don't want any part of that? Is that what we're talking about? But Elliot Page never really came off as some sort of like anti-feminine butch person prior to his transition. So of what relevance is this, you know?
I stand by that. Now, I've made at least 2 videos about this topic in the past, but for those of you who haven't seen those videos, I'm going to give you a little TLDR. There have been
Elliot Page described himself as a feminist before coming out? Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Studies recently in the last 5 years that followed high school teenagers. One of them showed that biological women are coming out more as anything other than lesbians.
Oh. Shit. What are we looking at? Adolescence F, adolescence M. Wait, what is this? Why aren't the axes labeled? Wait.
Another study showed that people that are coming out as
wait. I thought you were going to contextualize. Wait, what am I looking at here? So the y-axis is number of students, I'm going to guess, and then we have the year. Evidence for large increases in females identifying as trans. So this is people who identify as trans, but are adolescents F? Does this mean they identify as a trans woman, or that they were born female and then they identify as trans? Wait. So what I'm going to guess this terrible chart is indicating is that over time, a disproportionate number of assigned female at birth people are identifying as things other than women. Let's take a look at where this came from. Why are so many females coming out as trans/non-binary? Here we go. From genderhq.org. A resource and community for LGBT people who want to promote the long-term physical and mental health of gender dysphoric youth. I've heard about this source before. How many genders are there? 2020. Just added 5 more. Shut the fuck up. Viewpoints. We support a born in the right body cultural narrative rather than a born in the wrong body culture narrative. In regards to gender non-conforming young people, a use outcome with medical body modifications versus an outcome without medical body modifications is considered value neutral by many affirmative models. Medical transition should be treated as a last resort while a young person's brain is still... Yeah, so they're anti-transition. Prevent any unnecessary medical treatment of minors. Informed consent model means kids can't. We believe in role modeling self-esteem based on behavior and treating people with mutual respect while de-emphasizing the importance of identity and gender. Yep. There you go. So this is one of those, why can't you just be a boy who likes to wear dresses kind of site? Yeah. It's a TERF site. Really well done up one, by the way. Not the first time that I've seen this. On stream. So yeah, this chart means nothing. In addition to this being a shit chart, I can't... Oh wait, hold on. So wait, this is sourced from somewhere else. Sex ratio in children and adolescents referred to the Gender Identity Development Service in the UK. Wait a second. Just because they're referred to the Gender Identity Development Service in the UK doesn't mean they're trans. This isn't to indicate... Wait, evidence for large increases in female identifying as trans. This data doesn't support that. This is just references to a medical treatment or to medical analysis. Yeah, this chart it's a bad chart, and it doesn't indicate the thing this website is trying to say it indicates, and the website's biased. Nitpicking and biased. Bye-bye. I win. All right. It's enough of this waste of time. Let's move forward.
Anything other than lesbians. Another study showed that people that are coming out as transgender are more likely to be accepted and protected among their peers and the educational staff. In the same breath, we are also seeing tons of biological females transition medically and socially, and then later on regretting it. Tons of detransitioners that are...
Nope. As we've seen before, hold on. Study number of detransition regret. Transgender, whatever keywords I used last time. Yep, nope. Very few, literally like a fraction of a percent of people detransition. Just a complete lie. Literal Weasley little liar, dude. Not true. Fake news bullshit. Not true. Sorry. There is not some massive glut of AFAB people who are regretting their transition. There are some. And those who do regret their transition, by the way, should be taken seriously and fully taken care of. But it's not a coincidence that so many of these detransitioners end up making fucking social media careers off of becoming polemics against trans people down the line.
Biological females. We are not seeing this happen nearly as much with males. And of course, for even questioning where are all the lesbians going, I get called transphobic. Somebody wrote the
this video is objectively transphobic. Dude, quit whining. This video is objectively come on, like for simply questioning the skull shape of the black African brain, I considered racist. Come on, dude. Like you're complaining about trans ideology stealing lesbians away for you to fuck. Okay, chill. You literally dead named in the title. Come on. Like this tweet that I'm looking at right now is correct.
Lesbians are still here. They just don't like you because you're a transphobic piece of shit. All right, there. I think my friend Claire on Twitter nailed it, and I want to read her tweet because I think it sums it up perfectly. I find it depressing how many young lesbians now feel that because they do not perform or feel invested in conventional femininity, they can no longer be women. And so they shift from identifying as lesbian women to straight men. Compulsory heterosexuality all over again.
Nope. The vast, vast, vast majority of gender non-conforming or non-cis-normative AFAB people are non-binary. The vast majority of people born with a pussy who then go on to not be women don't become straight men, they become bi-NBs, okay? Like, let's be perfectly clear here about where this pipeline goes. To a massive extent, you all know that, by the way. If any of you are college age or older, you all know that's the case, and that's great, and that's fine, whatever. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Oh, and by the way, since a lot of non-binary people don't even get transition, they don't even transition, and identity apparently means so little to these TERFs, why not just fuck some AFAB NBs? Why not if you can hold yourself together long enough to not dead name or misgender them, you can fuck them. Just don't let them know you're a TERF, you know? Like, I'm just saying, like, you're not being robbed of lived experiences here, okay? Life continues in spite of your abstemious resistance to move with the times. I shouldn't be helping them. I really shouldn't be. And so they shift from identifying as lesbian women to straight men. Compulsory heterosexuality all over again. So first of all, that's not the definition of compulsory heterosexuality. Compulsory heterosexuality is the social expectation that women be interested in men, which tends to lead to a lot of women not realizing they're lesbian or even bi until much later in life. Heterosexuality is not discomfort with your gender identity. To misuse the term compulsory heterosexuality to include trans straight men is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous misappropriation of that term. That is absurd. Compet does not refer to people transitioning to men. That ain't how it works at all. So yeah, this is a pretty dumb tweet from top to bottom.
To her point, no, we are not saying that we don't think Elliot is actually trans. What we are saying is that there is a huge spike in biological females transitioning medically and socially. The fact that it's
You're conflating a lot here, medically and socially. Most of the people who are going to be listed as AFAB trans people are non-transitioning, non-binary people. If your issue is with medical transition, whatever, maybe you're not attracted, fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. Frankly, none of this matters. Why the fuck should other people's identities be beholden to your desire to have more lesbians to fuck? Like, what? Like, can somebody explain to me where the priorities are at? Why the fuck does any of this matter? Why should any trans guy give a single shit about a TERF wanting to get her fucking pussy ate by a statistically wider margin of the population? Like, why does this matter at all?
Mostly about 90% females is a red flag for us. We are saying that yes, obviously trans men do exist, and yes, obviously trans men transition to hopefully alleviate or cure their gender dysphoria, and it has nothing to do with internalized misogyny. We know that trans people are real and trans people exist. What we are saying is that there are also a lot of people that are medically and socially transitioning or just simply identifying as anything other than women because of internalized misogyny or because—
Can you prove that? Like, at all? Can you demonstrate that? Because you haven't demonstrated that. Can you indicate there's some glut of people becoming NB because they hate, because they're misogynistic against themselves or trans or whatever? Can you demonstrate that in some way? Follow-up question. How do you, Ariel Scarcela, distinguish between a real trans guy and the confused, internally misogynistic, compet faker bio girl. Oh, you're not going to distinguish between those in this video, are you? You're just going to say there's a pandemic, you acknowledge some trans men are real, but you're not going to say what criteria you can use to distinguish? Oof. Kind of makes it seem as though you're leaving it up wide enough so people could levy these criticisms against everyone, including Elliot Page, then, huh? Vosh, isn't even one person becoming an NB, I don't know what that means, in order to not be a lesbian too much? Nobody is identifying as non-binary to avoid being lesbian. Being lesbian is chic and fashionable, okay? Everyone lesbian, that's the freshest, the Gucci fit right now, okay? Nobody, yeah, there are NB lesbians, but nobody is AFAB and likes women, and they're like, but I'm misogynistic against women. I don't want to be gay, so I'll be NB. I don't want to be gay, so I'll transition. That'll earn me more social respect. What are we even talking about here? At the end of the day, this is just Ariel Scarcela, mad there are fewer people that she can fuck and get away with fucking. So she probably had a crush on Elliot Page back when Elliot identified as a woman, and now she's mad about it, and she's trying to post hoc justify this with some sort of imaginary plague affecting AFAB people. It's not happening.
Because of internalized lesbophobia. Oh my god, look at that. TERFs and start cis-shaming is trending on Twitter at the moment. And
gays, stay mad, motherfucker. TERF is a slur to silence us. I wish. Shut up.
People that are participating in these trends are wondering why the rate of LGBT acceptance is down.
It is not. That is a lie. By the way, that is an interesting point for a so-called feminist to take. That aggressive rhetoric is leading to the cis-hets not liking us anymore. Sounding like some controlled opposition over there, Ariel Scarcela.
Are wondering why so many people, I think 73 million people, voted for Trump because they're sick of the bullshit.
No, we got it back, people. The reason 73 million people voted for Trump is because they looked ahead 4 years into the future and saw that a Twitter hashtag trend called Start Cis Shaming would go viral after Elliot Page transitioned. That's why. Yeah, bro, people totally voted for Trump because of the pandemic of lesbians turning into AFAB NBs. That's... What the fuck are you talking? Notice how seamlessly she went from complaining about compet and internalized misogyny to complaining about woke PC trans shaming. Dude, to a Trump supporter, mentioning the term compulsive heterosexuality will also get you thrown in with the SJWs. You realize that, right, Scarcela? Drive them into my mouth. You dumb fuck. If you start using terms like compulsive heterosexuality is leading to a decline in the social acceptance of lesbians, you will also get branded as the reason people voted for Trump. You're not amongst allies right now. You've alienated both sides, my friend. By the way, that's the reason why her grift fell through so fucking quickly. Remember back when she did this Why I'm Leaving the Left video and it got a bajillion views? Look at the views now. 15,000 views for a video with AOC and a Hitler mustache on the cover. That should... AOC with a Hitler mustache on the cover, that's like a views magnet right there. Even the classic anti-SJW, stop trying to make he, him lesbians happen, Muslim, feminists, the whole thing. Even these are getting nothing. Even her porn bait videos, 68,000 views. Lesbian Explores BDSM. This is for a channel with 2/3 of a million subscribers. 2/3 of a million subscribers. Oh, this one got 1.2 million. She knows her body so well she can do this. And it's a video of a woman bent over a bed in tight clothes with her ass out while another woman leans suggestively in with her palm pointed towards her crotch, okay? That's where we're getting the views from. I'm a lesbian woman, I'm leaving the insane left. Remember when I covered this? And it had like... Yeah, it was like the anti-SJW compilation from 2015, fucking reduxed. Incredible. But the grift fell through pretty much immediately. Give me that social blade. Where are you at, Scarcela? Scarcela. Ah, that's what I like to see. Deleted a bunch of videos, down 10 million views, down to about 1.2 million video views a month. That's about a tenth of what I get, for reference. Yeah. Everything down, low, fall, gone. Can we get the trends? Here, hold on. Sorry, I am very contemptuous of this person specifically because I was going to debate her and blow her the fuck out, but then she saw that I was mean to her in a video. So she backed out and blocked me on Twitter. So I have to compensate. The best part about grifters like her is if she ever accused me of being misogynistic for calling her a bitch, then I could accuse her of being the reason why Trump won. Yeah, things have just completely flatlined. Damn, those legacy channels get such a boost, though. Holy shit. Why is she saying we can be racist to black conservatives? Hold on. New incog window, because she blocked me, so I can't see it regularly. Now, I am autistic, but I feel like this might be sarcasm, my friend. If you're white and a liberal, it's totally okay to be racist against a black conservative. Damn. She's the reason why Trump won. All right, chill. Let's finish this stupid fucking video. Anyway, the point that I'm getting at right now is that her grift can't really, like, sustain itself that well. It doesn't, like, work that well long-term at all. Because she can't, like, how can you in the same video complain about Compet and then also complain about the reasons why Trump won? Like, because of SJWs. It's so weird.
I wonder why creators like myself, Blair White, and a few others constantly create content to damage control, because honestly, we are afraid to lose our rights, and even more so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. There are so many layers to this. First of all, doing a video on how all trans people who aren't as pretty as you are sexual predators is not damage control for the trans community. What damage control do you do for lesbians? Like, at all? Where, you mean covering cringy 14-year-olds on TikTok? That's damage control? Also, I remember when Blair White wrote that post-millennial article after Trump just randomly removed medical protections for trans people, and Blair White wrote that article. It was 2 minutes long about how actually this isn't bad for trans people. These people are fucking crazy, dude. But they're grifters. They don't give a shit about anything they say. Ariel, Scarcela, Blair White, they're all the same subset of like fucking 40 IQ turncoat tokens who will do absolutely anything to earn their AdSense paycheck at the end of the day. They don't give a fuck if they're the last lesbian and trans person standing.
Our sanity at this point, let's be real.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with not feeling like the other girls. And in fact, that's totally normal. However, there is something obviously wrong in how many girls are now identifying as non-binary. And let's not forget...
Who the fuck is this person?
Forget how many lesbians are now identifying as non-binary and queer. I mean, imagine coming out as a lesbian today. Imagine saying, hey, I'm same-sex attracted. I know it sounds really crazy, but doing that today is really controversial and in fact...
Yeah, because real, regular lesbians don't say I'm same-sex attracted, like, after saying they're lesbian. And that's not controversial. Wait, hold on. There are, like, so many layers to this. First of all, nobody says, hi, I'm a lesbian. That means I'm same-sex attracted, unless you're in a fucking turf bar, okay? Secondly, even if you did say that, nobody would have an issue with it. What do you mean? Hey, I'm lesbian. I like other women. I'm same-sex attracted, whatever. No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. What are you talking about?
Fact would get you a lot of hate from the LGBT community. What gets me about celebrities such as Elliot Page, formerly known as Ellen Page, isn't that they're coming out as non-binary.
I think this is the trans dude that voted for Trump that RGR debated. Wait! Is this the guy who made the video on how I was misogynistic to Ariel Scarcela and he made the video about it? Was this that guy? Oh, the deep lore. I've got roots in the YouTube community now. What the fuck is this guy's name? He's got to be linked here. Mars Transgender. Yes! How far back do I have to go before I show up? I remember! Yeah, the simp! Where? Oh, I know I'm here. I'm somewhere here. A lot of Zoom calls in here. Okay. I mean, we're all practicing social distancing. I guess that's good. Huh? Wait, did I miss it? I missed it? Where did I miss it? Here we go. My response to Vosh and Ariel Scarcela. That's right. And this video was literally this. Oh, it's so amazing. These people are like, these woke trans activists are the reason why people voted for Trump. But this guy made a 43-minute long video. You know what the basic gist of the argument was? I can't criticize Ariel Scarcela because I'm a man. That's literally it. That's unironically it. The actual thrust of the video was, I'm a bigot for criticizing her because she's a lesbian woman and I'm a man. Dude, the shamelessness with which these people use idpol to their discretion is unbelievable. But to be honest, this guy seems to me like really, really, really low IQ. So I don't know if it's even worthwhile to pick on them. There's another video. There's the other one. The most woke bros. I remember this.
So many people want to dogpile her specifically. Trans women, calling out this guy, trans stuff, not nearly as much as like Vosh, for example, but he's definitely put out like, you know, a fairly decent amount here. So my point here overall is,
where's me?
That she needs a year, which was their right to talk about that. It's like, how do you not see
there we go.
Transgender shit? And nobody's calling out this guy. Nobody's gonna call him out. I'm just saying, like, this guy gets a pass. Ariel, shut up. Like, I just, dude, how do you not see how disgusting it is to tell a woman to shut up, but all the dudes can just talk about whatever the fuck they want.
This is why Trump won.
But that there is definitely a trend that we're seeing here, right? A lot of girls are identifying as non-binary. Why is that? Why is it controversial to say that? A lot of girls who happen to be lesbians would rather opt out of calling themselves a lesbian and call themselves queer, which is really just for the inclusion of other people.
Hey, remember when conservatives were supposed to be all about radical individualism and not giving into group identity, but now Ariel Scarcela is unironically trying to shame these people for expressing individual identity?
So why is it so bad? And
oh my God, I guarantee you, if Ariel Scarcela was doing a debate on race issues and I made the argument that people like Candace Owens experienced internalized racism, she would call me a racist for assuming that about Candace Owens. And she would say, why can't black women disagree with you? But she'll unironically argue that trans men are being motivated by internalized misogyny. Oh God, these people, they're like Gordian knots of inconsistency. They're like fucking Klein bottles. You have to run around in circles forever.
So wrong to say that you're a woman? Why is it so bad and wrong to say that you're a lesbian today?
I also find this kind of funny.
No one's saying it's bad and wrong. The only people who are saying it's bad and wrong are conservatives, because they tend to be the anti-feminists and the anti-LGBT types.
That this is happening a few days after the major court case in London with Keira Bell.
Yeah,
For those who don't know, Keira Bell, the case is about gender nonconforming youth in the UK. TLDR, again, Keira Bell is a gender nonconforming lesbian who was put on testosterone because she thought she was transgender at just 16 years old, later on regretting it. In fact, statistics show that 75% of people grow out of gender dysphoria by the age of 25.
Wrong! I know exactly what bunk study she's referring to there, and that is a complete falsehood. Literally, like, I can't. So normally when I say that is wrong, I can give you like a more contextually appropriate explanation of that data. So they're misrepresenting it. In this case, it's literally just fake. It's just a fake number. They just invented it's completely not true. Like, not even remotely. Is there anything linked to some of the studies? Oh, give me the studies. How peer contagion may play into the rise of teen girls transitioning. Okay, so this is the rapid onset gender dysphoria thing, a term invented by one person in one study that was widely discredited after the fact. Yep, here we go. Lisa Littman. Yep. This is that one study that's so bad that I actually put it in a section of my document that has only 2 sources inside of it. Studies to watch out for. And here we go. Rapid onset gender dysphoria. From Lisa Littman. Yep. It's just a complete mess of a study. It's worthless. Anyone who cites it should be laughed out of the room. Just absolutely laughed out of the room. More U.S. teens identify as transgender, survey finds. Interesting. So no document here which indicates that 75% people grow out of gender dysphoria. So nothing. Now, I will say this. I think there was at one point a study that indicated that, like, of everyone who's ever had any thoughts questioning their gender identity, only a quarter of them ended up being trans. But that is not the same as everyone who gets gender affirming surgery, of them 75% end up regretting them. It was literally like if you've ever thought like a little bit about maybe being a girl or boy, if you aren't already a girl and a boy, then you get added to this list, and of those people, only a quarter actually ended up being transgender. But that has literally nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's the reason why the process for transitioning involves extensive and long-term medical supervision.
This is probably because people don't reach full brain development until the age of around 25. Kira went to court in London this October to fight,
or if you're Ariel Scarcela, you never do,
for gender non-conforming youth against the system currently put in place over in the UK.
Okay, well, we already went over this court ruling in another segment, so I feel like this is kind of redundant.
Peace. Let me know what you guys think. We're continuing this conversation over on slug.com/Ariel. Go and sign up.
Nope, you're not advertising off me. Also, wow, for a TERF, I don't know, having an OnlyFans feels a little bit weird. How do you... There's so many conflicting ideas here, you know? How do you believe that all the lesbians are disappearing, but then you know, and you're tired of internalized misogyny, but then you pander to the male gaze? Maybe Ariel Scarcela markets her OnlyFans as like a pro-lesbian space where it's like, oh yeah, dude, you know, when you're booting up the lesbian section on Pornhub, you know who's watching that? It's all women. It's all women who are looking at that. TERF not swerf, maybe? Well, it doesn't really... I can make fun of her for being ideologically inconsistent, but she's a Trump supporter who calls herself an LGBT activist. The only thing we have to celebrate here, okay, is the fact that her channel's doing poorly. Because I guarantee you she wouldn't have that OnlyFans if her channel wasn't slacking. Anyway, Godspeed, Ariel Scarcela. By the way, if you ever want to come on, you're totally free to, okay? Totally free to. I won't even yell at you. I'll commit to not yelling at you unless you yell first. We can talk about all of your bad ideas. You know, maybe I can give you a boost with my audience. I see that. You know about the Homestuck fandom? Yeah, I've read Homestuck twice. Next, we're talking about Second Thought, but first we're going to run through a few more donations. Just give me a moment, please, if you would. Okay. 285. Wait, Streamlabs? Okay, wait. I'm sorry to be annoying. The math here works differently than I expected. Can one of you gift donate 5 subs? No, random gift donate. Random gift donate. Do it and then never donate again, okay? I'm not begging for money here. But I think that the random gifted subs are calculated differently in my Streamlabs dashboard than the traditional method of sub donations. A little throat lozenge. Or it doesn't have to be 5. It can be 2. Just any plural number. There we go. Hold on. Asiano, thank you so fucking much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly kind of you. Now let me see how that worked. Yep. On my Streamlabs, that reads as you donating $25. It doesn't read as you donating 1 cent with the other money being handled by the website. It reads as you donating 25. Thank you so much, Asiano. I really appreciate that. Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. It doesn't hurt anything. It just explains some odd numbers that I was seeing. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I feel kind of dirty because I like asked you, but yeah. Oh, Mythaldu. It just said Mythaldu won once, not 5 times. Anyway, sorry. Okay, sorry. My apologies. Thank you, Asiano. A couple of... Awesome, that's a bug. Yeah, it's okay. We'll work it all out. New and developing program and all that. And then, as I said, presently, I can't distinguish very well between gifted subs and recipients of gifted subs, so I don't know how this works exactly. Hyena, Disaster Nick, Cilia, I am HQM, True Hero, and Boy Meets Mini. Thank you all so much for the gifted subs. I don't know the amount that they are. We'll get it all fixed out soon, comrades. Nothing to worry about. Soviet Ball and Sarah Aguilar, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Mila and Dango Bangle, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind gifted donations. Sorry to hear that the Nationalist Party in Finland is trumping the Sockdem Party. That fucking sucks. Jeez. Sin Phoenix, thank you very much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Gitbusters, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Darizi Boron, thank you for the 420. Really appreciate that. But yeah, Hydrono, I have indeed heard of Ken Ashcorp. There's one song of Ken Ashcorp's I like. I think it's called Absolute Territory. I remember it being kind of a bop. You know? I remember it being kind of a bop. Vape and Vegan, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $10. Really appreciate that, comrade. Reformed Chud and JL, thank you both very much for the $5. It's very, very kind of you. Dizzy Eyes, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. And Boomer, Pogbro, Shadowski, Fizzy Dam, and Fuchsia Magenta. Thank you very much for the random gifted tier 1 subs. I'll get around to fixing those in their entirety soon, but thank you very, very much. Yeah, Quem, a critical race theory is just an academic toolkit. It's, yeah, not a big deal or nothing. My goodness, you people. Mr. Portal with the gifted tier 4 sub, I think. I think that's what I'm reading right now. Thank you so fucking much. My psychotic landlord has been arrested, committed to psychiatric care, 4 to 6 months, drunken on crack, committed vehicular manslaughter Friday. Wow, you can get away? Wait, you can get away with psychiatric care after vehicular manslaughter? Damn, that really is the pleading insanity defense, isn't it? You can that's man, it's a useful tool for the future. Fucking Dead NW with $15. What are some examples of black privilege? Well, there aren't many. I mostly meant black people can have other forms of privilege, like you can be tall or handsome or whatever, or rich. Black privilege. There are probably a couple. I mean, it's incredibly minor and largely aesthetic, but the N-word pass is one. You're also in most elements of society not most, sorry. There are some parts of society in which greater trust regarding racial issues will be deferred to you, but there are other parts of society where less trust will be deferred. So it's really, really conditional. Basically, if you're in very woke spaces, people who are traditionally marginalized are given certain types of privileges to compensate for their detestable treatment elsewhere. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's all a weird counterbalancing thing. In general, though, yeah, it's not. Jesus, hold Interplay with the 5 gifted tier 2 subs. What the fuck, you people? Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Bosch, reclaiming a store is not a privilege, Lamau. Given the fact that a lot of culture comes from black people in this country, music, stand-up comedy, animation, a lot of stuff comes from black people, and black people can freely use the N-word. I would say that participation in that cultural dialect is a privilege of theirs, but that doesn't, again, that's not morally weighted. I'm not saying that, like, this is black privilege run amok. But I use privilege very generally. It is a thing. It's generally socially permissible for black people to do but not for white people. But we don't have to pretend that that's like a compensation for, you know, the disprivileges they suffer elsewhere, you know? Bosh, is that your alarm going off or something in my house? That's on you, my dude. You should check your house. You know, you should check around. Yeah, black people have rhythm privilege. Okay, chill. We have to run through. Problematus, thank you very, very much. I don't like cloud gaming, comrade. Grillum, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Adorable, likewise to you. Viathan, Ethiopian Socialist, and Theropunk, thank you likewise. I really, really, really appreciate that, comrade. I wish I could be more specific with the donations that you provided, but I'm afraid that I can't until we get the text fixed up in the background. So, yeah. Jacob Michael, I would love to hit 1 million subs in 2021. That would be extremely pog. Maybe a little overly optimistic, we'd have to see. Oh, somebody found the study? I found an article in the studies claiming about 75% of trans people no longer identify as trans. Not sure. The controversial research on desistance in transgender youth. The methodology of these studies is very flawed because they didn't study gender identity. The desisters were, a good majority of them, simply proto-gay boys whose parents were upset because they were boys wearing dresses. They were brought to the clinics because they weren't fitting gender norms. Okay, yeah. So a lot of these people who had gender questioning that later changed their mind were literally just like parents upset their kid wore lipstick one time or something. This is not like people genuinely believe they were transgender and then 75% of them changed their mind down the road. This is not that. Not even close. Thank you very much, Jacob Michael. Really appreciate that. Indigo Vincent Kavanaugh Candy Goon twice over. TJ Gamer, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. I really appreciate that, comrade. You all have been incredibly generous with your donations today. I hope I can get through all the donations in the time allotted, but if not, there's always the next time. Hobbit, thank you very much for the gifted subs, comrade. Likewise, Wall the DM and Sludge Factory. Jesus. Bass Ackwards, Seductive Seaweed, and Kellogg's. Thank you very much for the $5. Really appreciate those. Have I watched / planned on watching Uncle Frank? I don't know what that is. Frazzled Flora and Quantum Q, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. I live with a relative who's almost alt-right, QAnon. How do I know when they're too far gone? And should I give up on them? I might move for my own mental health. In my personal opinion, once you've gone as far as QAnon, I really don't think the odds of you being able to change their mind are particularly high. These people's brains are mush. Stop asking for subs, you fucking degenerates. It's random gifted subs. It doesn't select the people. Speaking of, J-Winks, ZomJ, Relevant Millennial, and LC Marina62, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I don't know how many of them came from each of you, but I love you all very much. Thank you. Bunny sending you, thanks the $2. Crowned Wings with the $5. That's a difficult question, comrade. Arboretum, I will not look at any comedy, my friend. Thank you very much. Tabby Egg and Ricky Nelson, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $5. How do you suggest talking with a bunch of classical liberals about politics? They tend to get mad when I disagree with CNN. What do you mean by classical liberals? I guess that's really vague. If they get mad when you disagree with CNN, do you mean like Democrats, like traditional Democrat liberals? If you want to argue with those people, then stick around because that's going to be like the bulk of my channel, hopefully, for at least a little while moving forward. Sub-only emotes are trans-capitalist propaganda. Yeah. Fuck, we're not going to have time to go over these donos. The remainder of the donos I'm going to have to, I believe, relegate for the next stream. This is all your fault. This is not my fault. Also, I went over 2 previous streams of donos. I did my best. 269 dono. We'll see what we can do. First, we're going to do the last segment, and then we're going to do the donos. Okay? Okay? Think we can do that? I know we can do that. I believe in you guys. I'm a believer. Watch Kyle's 8 value test. He shouts you out at the end. Nice. I'll take a look at it later on. I'm a believer. I'm out of my mind. I'm in love. This Twitter thread is saying medicine is racist. Maybe. Let's see. Let's be honest. Many black people will refuse to take this COVID vaccine because most of us don't trust white people or the government mean us any good. When that happens, no, the hesitance is not some baseless paranoia. It's completely rational. Let me explain. Black people's mistrust in medicine and public health is well-deserved, completely rational based on what you all have done to us. This maybe seems a little bit adversarial, but I don't think it's incorrect. This seems correct, yeah. The medical industry in the U.S. has been like super fucking racist, eugenic-oriented for a while. It works the same for everyone, though? No. She's not saying the COVID vaccine won't work on black people. She's saying black people don't trust the medical system because of previous shit. Please don't support this kind of thing. What kind of thing? Whoa. We got some anti-wokers in here or what? Yeah, the medical industry has been racist, historical. What do you want from me? They'll give the same vaccine to everyone. What the fuck? Okay. The Twitter thread isn't saying that the vaccine will be different for black people. The Twitter thread isn't saying that it's rational to believe the vaccine will react to black people differently. The Twitter thread is saying that black people's distrust in the medical industry is a product of historical factors which are real and empirically demonstrable. Obviously, if I had a black friend and I asked him if he was going to get the vaccine and he said no, I would tell him he's dumb as fuck. We're not arguing about whether or not the black people who distrust the vaccine are correct. We're arguing about whether or not the medical industry has a racist history and racist, I guess, current day trend. Isn't that sort of leading you to the conclusion that the vaccine would give you COVID? You can say there are reasons why people don't trust vaccines without encouraging them to distrust vaccine. Hold on. I promise you, Sharper Agon, I'm very familiar with the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. You know that Kyle Kalinske is a libertarian social. Okay, let's focus. So I saw some wild shit happen recently, and normally I have a more principled approach to these sorts of things, but I thought it would just be nice to go over a Twitter thread. We can pretend we're like any other YouTube political commentator for a moment, okay? This is from Second Thought. This is going to be an important thread. We need to talk about YouTube and private media operations in general. This thread was prompted by YouTube's shadow ban of my new video, but that's really just a minor inconvenience. The whole story involves YouTube, the DHS, and the CIA. Yesterday morning, I released a video titled "The CIA is a Terrorist Organization." Unsurprisingly, it was instantly demonetized, fine. But what followed was both intensely disappointing and honestly fairly alarming. After the video went live, I got the usual comments. First, hi, clicked as soon as I saw the notification, etc. Views were disappointing, but par for the course on a demonetized video. Later in the day, some of my patrons reported something odd. The video was no longer appearing in their subscription feed. Not only that, but I started getting comments saying subscribers hadn't been notified, and that they had come to the channel to see I had a new video, but that that wasn't even the most unusual. People started reporting they could no longer find my video in search results, even if they searched the exact title of that video. Very odd, especially considering a video reacting to my video showed up in the search results. I confirm this personally. I tweeted YouTube to request an explanation. I gave them the relevant details, and this was their response. It takes a few days for the video to show up in the results, which is a lie. This was an obvious lie, and an insulting one at that. I've been uploading videos to YouTube for 5 years. I produced over 200 videos for the platform. I know how it works. This has never happened. and the fact that the video did appear at first proves YouTube's response was a lie. So they shadow banned my video. So what? It's their platform. I'd agree with this if they were simply transparent with their actions. They didn't age-gate my video, they didn't strike it, they just quietly tried to suppress it. Luckily, people noticed. If they had just let the video be, it would have gotten maybe 150,000 views, and that'd be the end of it. But now, thanks to their shady behavior and incompetence, it's going to make some noise. Let's briefly discuss how YouTube handles controversial videos. A few months ago, I uploaded a video about police brutality. It showed explicit acts of violence by the police, and it was understandably age-gated. The video was appropriate only for older audiences, but it did not break any of YouTube's terms and conditions. The video earned me a visit from the DHS, who asked me about anti-American sentiment in my videos. That was the first time I realized, wow, I guess people really are monitoring what we say and are willing to try to intimidate us, even if what we say is objectively true. Remember, the video was only age-gated. Why would my video on the CIA, which did not show any explicit violence, receive a harsher treatment? And why would YouTube decline to provide justification for that decision? The easy answer is incompetence. YouTube is notorious for offering zero transparency in their dealings with creators. That is very, very true. The fact that the video went live, subs received notifications, it appeared in the search results, and then only later disappeared without explanation, leads me to believe someone made a complaint on the behalf of a certain intelligence agency. Now, here's where I want to jump in. This sounds very conspiratorial. My video got shadow banned from YouTube. It was the CIA. However, it's important to remember that this is literally their job. Now, it's impossible to prove when intelligence agencies do things like that. It is literally their job to be able to do this without getting called out in it. If they could be called out in it, then they wouldn't be doing their job very well. If every time the CIA meddled in domestic politics, or the FBI or NSA or whatever, they wouldn't be doing their job particularly well. What we're talking about here is the soft power of government institutions and the impact that they can have on public discourse. And that's what I'm interested in talking about. See, generally speaking, people can do, in this country, whatever the fuck they want, and as long as they're operating on private platforms, they're beholden to only one thing, and that's the terms of service of the platform that they're operating on. And the terms of service are generally dictated by advertisers. YouTube doesn't make its money from you, it makes it from advertisers. Well, Google makes its money from a lot of places, but generally speaking, YouTube makes its money off advertisers. If advertisers don't want their ads running next to Guro hentai videos, then they talk with YouTube, and YouTube implements a terms of service agreement which prevents those types of videos from being put up. And they have tiered systems. Demonetized videos don't tend to get ads, but it's not enough for videos to be demonetized if they're bad enough. Some videos contain illegal content. I don't think we'd be okay with child pornography being uploaded to YouTube as long as it was demonetized. Don't think we'd be satisfied with that. That seems like we should probably take it down. And it does get taken down. There are a number of ways in which YouTube can respond to undesirable content on its platforms. Now, YouTube doesn't give a shit, doesn't give a single shit if you put up a video that is anti-Trump, anti-GOP, anti-CIA, anti-FBI, anti-capitalist. They don't care. One of the greatest things about capitalism, and by greatest I mean great in the sense that it's powerful and not great in the sense that it's good, is that they're capable of co-opting discourse and criticism. That is to say, it is possible to despise capitalism, to hate it with every fiber of your being, and to relegate all of that criticism to mediums that benefit capitalist institutions. You're watching me on YouTube. You realize that. I'm an anti-capitalist. If you donate to me from YouTube chat, YouTube takes 30% of every donation. You think they care that I'm railing against capitalism? You think they can? You think there's some guy at YouTube who's like, actually, the material conditions of our supremacy can only exist in the absence of people like Vash. They don't care. They're making money. They don't care. Same with anti-cop vids. They don't care. As long as it all follows TOS, so the advertisers don't get mad. Yeah, it's all about traffic. It's all about search engine optimization. It's all about the algorithm. And that's almost kind of a good thing for us, at least in some respects, because would you rather live in a world where every capitalist social media institution religiously hunts and destroys anti-capitalist discourse? That wouldn't be good for us. That would be very bad for us. They'll only start doing stuff like that if they feel scared. But they're not scared right now. They're fine. They're doing great. But not all powerful institutions are profit-driven. The CIA is driven, as is the FBI and the NSA and other intelligence communities, by a desire to seek out and destroy enemies of the state. That's their only job. That's one of the reasons why the feds don't like Trump that much. They think he's incompetent and corrupt. But they don't have a problem with, like, conservatism. The FBI wouldn't give a shit if Trump put trans people in camps. But Trump sort of Russia getting along with other foreign governments, security leaks, doesn't seem to have a very good handle on power. That's what intelligence agencies don't like. This seems like tinfoil hat tier. Nothing that I've said so far is even remotely conspiratorial. Nothing that I've said so far is even remotely conspiratorial. This is just a factual description of the way these institutions work. And we know they do this. The CIA has long been involved in regime change abroad. The FBI was responsible for COINTELPRO, which was a secret illegal government program where they would spy on, infest, send spies to, kill, interrupt, and otherwise harm leftist advocacy within this country. Yeah, the FBI sent letters to MLK telling him to kill himself. Yeah. Pretty wacky. And for a lot of the things that the CIA and the FBI have done, we only know they did them because of the work of incredibly courageous investigative journalists, or because of years down the line, you know, information was declassified, but it's really hard to know what's going on at that moment. They're intelligence agencies. Behind me right now is a book written on the guy who got me into leftism. The Assassination of Fred Hampton, which I think is a great book. All of you should read it. I don't normally recommend reading. No homework assignments here, but that is a good book. And it's written by a lawyer, a white lawyer, who did a lot of work defending Black Panthers and other civil rights causes back in the 1960s. And Fred Hampton was killed by police working alongside the feds. I don't think today is the anniversary of his death. Is that true? Hold on, wait. Son of a bitch, December 4th. Wow. I didn't even plan that. No, I legitimately didn't know. I don't plan any of this. He's dead. He was a really cool guy. Great speaker. Charismatic guy. You know, the only reason that we know about the circumstances of his death and the involvement of the FBI is because of a lot of really hard work done by leftists to uncover the extent of their involvement in domestic politics. So, here's a question. If the feds are willing to spy on their own citizens, well, now that we have the Patriot Act, I mean, they're all spying on us. But if the feds are willing to murder American citizens who are involved in anti-racist, anti-capitalist organization, do you think it would even be a trifle for them to work with YouTube and other social media companies to deprioritize and shadow ban content they don't like? Like, do you think that would even be difficult? Companies like Google have direct contacts with intelligence agencies. They work with those agencies to deliver information, to provide, if there's a warrant, or if there's a subpoena, or if they just need like a information request. Facebook does this religiously. Nah, Vosh, this is cringe as fuck. Once again, Mango Boy, nothing I've said so far is remotely conspiratorial. This is just factual stuff that has happened, and it's pretty cringe to say tinfoil hat when we're talking about stuff that's literally happened. But I understand the concern. I don't like conspiratorial thinking. I argue against it on this channel all the time, because I think conspiratorial thinking can lead you down some really, really bad roads. It makes it difficult to understand where you need to go, what the truth value of given claims are. So I'm not going to make a conspiratorial claim to you, okay? What I'm going to say is a fact. And note, by the way, so far, nothing I've said is conspiratorial. I'll say this. It is important to remember that institutions like the FBI, the CIA, that these institutions are not our allies. Hot take from a leftist. But they are capable of exercising almost limitless discretion in how they work to preserve what they consider to be in American interests. They can do almost anything. It's the fucking FBI. It's the CIA. These are the most powerful intelligence agencies in all of human history. The security apparatuses they have established. Vosh, why the fuck would the fucking CIA give a shit about random YouTube videos? My friend, why would they not? We live in a surveillance state. There are, right now, multiple intelligence agencies through which this stream, the data feed from this stream, are probably either now or going to move through. Doesn't mean a Fed's watching us right now, but all of this gets logged. I have a file. Undeniably, I'm a public figure. I have a file. There's no denying that I have a file. Why wouldn't you? How long do you think it takes a Fed to make a change like that? Would it be that surprising to you if the FBI or some other agency sent lists to a contact at Google every day or every week containing a list of videos that they want quieted? Would that surprise you? Because that right there is infinitely less involved and infinitely less destructive than other things the feds have done in this country in the recent past. I mean, after all the stuff like Snowden showed us, after all the stuff that we've been made aware of from leaks and whistleblowers, the fact that we know the government's spying on our data, we know for a fact that the government keeps tabs on its own citizens, the idea that they aren't willing to put their foot on the scale, to me, seems a little bit naive. What is this? Vosh, I served in the military and have TS clearance. What you're stating government agencies can do doesn't even come close to what they've actually done. Yeah, well, I'm trying to be like on the light foot here. I could make a lot of very severe claims about the government and probably be correct about almost all of them. I'm trying to keep it on the light. To be honest, I'm a little bit concerned that there are people in my audience to whom the idea that the FBI is involved in social media demonetization and social media shadow banning is like conspiratorial. To like, that's worrying to me. You know, that people would think something that simple is like unfathomable to them. A lot of trust in your government. I'm afraid I don't share your trust. I work in cybersecurity now, and I say undeniably they do exceedingly more data collection and interference than you'd even imagine. The capabilities of some of the tech they have access to is well beyond what Snowden shared. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Also, when were those Snowden leaks? Wait, how long ago? You can't just answer why with why not, though, Vosh. You know that. They're intelligence agencies. You can't prove what they're doing right off the bat. That's the point of an intelligence agency. But if they've done much more in the past, and they have... So, it's an intelligence agency. They've done more in the past. They do more currently. They have a motive to do this because it preserves domestic, entrenched interests. They have the means to do this, and they've done worse things in the past. Is it really unlikely? I'm not here saying, by the way, the point of this isn't for me talking about how Second Thought was cucked by the FBI or whatever. What I want to talk about is that you all should be concerned with the extent to which these institutions have the ability to silence criticism against them. Their power is virtually infinite. The smartest and most well-credentialed people on Earth work for them. They have access to technology that would be incomprehensible to someone like me, to a non computer science, security, tech type guy. So we should be skeptical. And I am skeptical. The rest of this Twitter thread goes on to talk about the video and to talk about the CIA. And the CIA is a terrorist organization, so that's true and based. And get me over there. Okay. Anyone who thinks the FBI doesn't dip its toe into this sort of thing has probably never heard of the FBI. Yeah, well, I just want to say I understand the aversion to conspiracism, but you have to remember... Oh, hello, John. You have to remember... Wait, why are there so many John Oliver recommendations? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Why are we on... Did I click on something? I must have clicked on something there. No, here we go. Okay, I must have clicked on this, I guess? Huh. I didn't? I have no idea what just happened there. Hold on. The FBI and the CIA work against terrorist organizations. You really think... Wait, hold on. You really think the job of the FBI and the CIA is to fight terrorism? You really think they have the time or the money to be caring about some random content creators on YouTube like the person who tweeted? Dude, they've done this before. Are there CIA plants in here right now? What's happening? They've done this before. We have leaked documents on what these institutions have done. This is not new. And it's not difficult or time-consuming or expensive for a CIA contact to give lists of content they want deprioritized. Okay, we're getting off the beaten track a little bit here. Long story short, these institutions are terrifying. They have more power than you could ever fathom, and we are all but puppets playing to the dance of their strings. Watch this video from Second Thought. It's a good video. It's a good video. And, be careful out there, people. Okay, what have people been spamming in chat? Can I promote, tweet Nick Fuentes debate? Nick Fuentes will never debate me. He's a huge fucking pussy. But yeah, you can tweet whatever you want. Okay. Somnio Static with the $300. What the fuck, my dude? Somnio Static, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we had our celebration moment a hot second ago, but yeah, thank you. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could donate 300,000. No. Thank you so much, comrade. That is incredibly generous of you. Jesus Christ. Seriously, mate. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Yeah, what the fuck? We have a lot of CIA plants in chat. Oh, God. Every time somebody in chat types out, the CIA doesn't have time for people like you. They're out there fighting ISIS. That is a CIA plant they sent over to try to ruin my community, okay? Oh, God. I wouldn't be shocked if a CIA agent watches your streams. In all likelihood, it's not a matter of watching the streams. It's probably a matter of these streams are part of a huge network of left-leaning content that gets processed in a fuck ton of ways that allow them to stratify and data collect from them. How many times do I say X word? How often does this happen, you know? And then whenever there are spikes on given types of blips, you know, like maybe I use the word like CIA too many times, for example, or the anagram, yeah. Then that gets a bunch of blips, and somebody will manually review that for a little bit to see if there's anything concerning to them. I don't think that's out of the ballpark, by the way. It's the Feds, CIA. Do they do that every time? No, but it's something they pay attention to. What the fuck is this conspiracy shit? This is literally what they do. This is literally what they do, man. It's not conspiracy. This is literally how data collection works. It's not just they that do it. Facebook does it. YouTube does it. Google AdSense does it. They all do it. They just do it for different reasons. Yeah, they're literally called intelligence agencies. Why wouldn't they take down the Hassan video too? I don't fucking know. Ask them. Maybe Hassan's a plant. Stop arguing with CIA plans, yeah. Is it not annoying, though, when lefties reduce everything bad in the world of the CIA? Yeah, sure, but I think a lot of them are just doing it jokingly. Sometimes I stub my toe when I decry the CIA, but I think that for the most part... I think for the most part, when lefties say the CIA did X, they're usually joking. Sometimes there are lefties who legitimately seem to think everything negative in the world came from the CIA. You know? Which is pretty dumb, but yeah. Okay, we have to run through at least a few more donations before the stream ends. Hassan is closely connected to a lot of journalists, would almost certainly be blown up by him. I just don't know how you can be a leftist and think that we live in like a society where the bourgeois collectively control their class interests to try to dictate the extent to which the proletariat rise up against them. And then you're like, oh, the intelligence agencies of the United States of America, why would they be involving themselves in public discourse on the nature of their their activism, you know? Whew. Okay. Mickey Petra, thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate that, comrade. Likewise, Anarcho Monkey and Chunko Do, thank you both very, very much for the incredibly kind $10. I really appreciate that, comrade. We'll get that Crowder debate one of these days. Boogie King, Archimedes, Dawson Nichols, and the Locust God, thank you very, very much for the incredibly kind $5. How do I convince my friend that cancel culture isn't real? He's not going to be black-bagged for saying the wrong pronouns. Call him hysterical. Got to weaponize that, you know? Unironically, though, the guys who literally think they're going to be arrested for misgendering, I can't imagine being that paranoid all the time. Angus, Cian Harris, David I, and Brian27, thank you all very much for the incredibly kind $5. I really appreciate those, comrade. Mute Vision, Caruso, Robocat, and Jacoby37, thank you for the gifted subs. Those are incredibly kind of you. Jesus Christ. What should I say to my friends who are ignorantly transphobic? Well, you have to, it's mostly a matter of getting at the root of their transphobia. You have to find out why they feel the way they do. Take a look at this baby who died recently. Sakat? Aw. It's a Twitter account on a cat. There's a big boy. Big. Big boy. Why are we sad? Because he's dead. Rest in peace, large fat baby. Large fat baby. Darius Boron, My Little Pony Killer, thank you both very much for the 420. Alex Pashnin, thank you for the €1, comrade. That's very kind of you. Tabby Gale, Darcy Boron, Curtis Morike, Dhruv Patel, Aaron Villarreal, On Sugar Hill, and Spooky Wookie. Thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. I really, really appreciate those, comrade. Um, Trans Go here, recovering from FFS. Longtime fan, you're a good ally. Happy to hear that your boyfriend has a massive penis, comrade. Infinitely relevant, as always. Yeah, the CIA killed that cat, in case you didn't have enough reasons to hate them. Christopher Metcalf, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $50. What do you think about the House voting on weed bill? I don't even care about it because it's going to die in the Senate. Like, it feels like such a waste of time to even cover it. Why ever talk about anything passing the House anymore? Nothing gets through the Senate. It just feels like a waste of time talking about shit that goes through the House, you know? Like it's great, the weed positivity or whatever. Just, I don't know, fucking... Just feels like a downer. Like, we can get all hyped up about it and then like, oh, okay, it didn't pass. We all knew it wouldn't pass, but it didn't pass, you know? Eric Brzezinski and Eddie Quijano, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Thank you very much for the well wishes, the 300K. Who's next on the debate chopping block? The next debate chopping block. Whew. What I really want to do is I want to run through all of the TikTok shitters, you know? All the conservatives on TikTok. I want to run through them. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I have a lot of appointments that I need to settle. They're not debates. Like, they're cool people I want to bring on. Yeah, I want to, all these fucking kids. Yeah, Nick Videos. We got to make fun of Nick Videos. One of them. Even though Nick Fuentes is too much of a pussy to debate me, Nick Videos following in his... Wait, he deleted all of his political shit? I wonder if Nick Videos has like an actual mental problem. Because Nick Videos whiplashed between like conservative to non-political to like conservative again to like Nazi to now he's... Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there. It's fucking weird. Fave1, thanks for the $5. I9 for the $5. Thank you very, very much. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $10. Very true, comrade. Yeah, Ben Shapiro doesn't like puberty blockers because he took them and he was the one person for whom they weren't reversible, and that's why he's so small. All men are kings. No short jokes here. Wonderful, wonderful. Fav1, Billy Drillkill, thank you very much for the $5. Really appreciate that, comrade. The Tays, Bobby Most, Dirty Commie Whale, Geotoby Jacoby 37, thank you for the gifted subs, comrade. Your generosity is the bedrock upon which our civilization is built. Thank you, comrade Yaman. I really appreciate that. You don't ever need to donate if you don't got money. I'll never ask that of people, you know. I'm not exactly hurting for cash. I mean, down the line, I want to put this towards a pack, but still. Justin Daisy with the incredibly kind $20. Today is Garrett's birthday. He was out there fighting for us and was gunned down. This year, Austin fan, we talked about this. I know who you are, Justin Daisy. Justin Daisy was the medic that we brought on. The person who bore witness to Garrett being killed at the rally. The guy in the car, remember? Well, he was killed by the guy in the car. Yeah, yesterday's his birthday. Died on the same day as Frederick Hampton, in good company. I'm assuming Garrett would have liked Fred Hampton. I imagine. Conwall's Manny the Left is Crawling Chaos, and Kirsten Johnson. Thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. People who dismiss academia during a debate. Yeah, I mean, you usually just have to call them out for being conspiratorial. There's only so much you can do with people like that. Harrison M. and Horsme, thank you for the $3 and $2 respectively. The Newfie Jesus, Goofy Face Gilbert, and Fave1. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind $5. Really, really appreciate that. And 7 Canadian. A person at my work said they transitioned to a woman. A person at my work that transitioned to a woman said the physical transition surgeries can be of dubious quality right now. Is this true? Yeah, there's a lot of variance. I would encourage anyone looking to get bottom surgery. Top surgery, I mean, you're taking the boobies out. It's simple enough. Bottom surgery is very, very, very complicated. We have a very weak grasp of how to make a penis. We have a better than before, but still moderate grasp of how to make a vagina. It's very complicated. I mean, if you think about the physical things that are happening, like these are incredibly complicated procedures, marvels of medical science. But it's undeniable. I would encourage anyone looking to get bottom surgery to fully research the potential risks and consequences. Tom Olav Hunstad, thank you so much for the gifted subs, my dude. Were those gifted tier 4 subs? You people are fucking crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And likewise, One True Griff, likewise, the tier 3 gifted subs. Jesus. Happy to renew your faith in leftist politics to the best possible extent, comrade. We're all just out here having fun. Raz33V and I See Dead Llamas, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. I really appreciate that. How would I talk about COVID with my folks when it comes to BLM protests? The BLM protests don't seem to have led to additional COVID transmission, but I'd say the historic civil rights protests are probably worth a little bit of COVID transmissioning, yeah. Flea, Dendrago, Mickey Mallory, and Adam Schaub, thank you very, very much for the incredibly kind $5. Really, really appreciate that, comrade. Almost fell down the alt-right rabbit hole 3 years ago. Watched John Doyle around that time. I actually thought he was satirizing the alt-right. Oh, no. Well, you know what they say. Make sure the target of your satire is clear, lest to be mistaken for the real thing. Got swooped back around into it, didn't he? Yikes. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $30, 400K by the end of the year. I'm sorry, mate, but if you really think 25 days is enough for me to get 100,000 extra subs, you're crazy. Especially since I'm still recovering. I'm not going to be streaming 6 days a week. That would be nice, though. I wouldn't complain, you know? Ziz Tov, thank you for the 7 Canadians. So noted, comrade. Vontux and Faithless Elector, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. I really, really appreciate that. Vontux, there are potentially severe positive and negative consequences to the perpetual MAGA cope. We're going to have to see how it plays out. It's very difficult to know. Miranda writes left and Ranch Guzzle. Thank you both very much for the gifted subs. I need your opinion on ranch sauce. I would say that ranch is in the top 3 dippings, I would say. For me, the top 3 dippings are ranch, honey mustard, and blue cheese. Excuse me. My personal opinion. Whiffed it at the end. You people are children. You can't handle your funky cheese. Disgusting. Pathetic. Window Goblin, Psilocybin Dreams, Eddie Quijano, Sagittarius. Thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. And oh no! Well, guys, we made it for 4 whole hours without too many issues. Unfortunately, I can tell that if I keep talking, I'm going to start coughing. Ah, dear. We still have donations to go. We made it the whole stream. We made it the whole stream. 10 to 2, we made it. It's the CIA. If I overdo it, the consequences will make it worse down the line, so I won't. There are still donations to be read, and I will read them at the beginning of next stream. So, sorry. I really appreciate you people have been incredibly generous today. I really can't overstate that. Thank you so much for the incredible kindness. It was wonderful being able to stream again. I can't tell you how much I missed you guys. 300,000 subscribers. 300,000 subscribers. That is insane. We started this year with 49,000. We're going to end it with more than 300,000. I'm going to end the stream now. I'll talk to you all soon. I'm going to shout out Demon Mama, who seems to be doing some kind of debate right now. So go and check her out. Be well. Be well, okay?